make up 4 minutes late. 4 minutes late. For that, we're banned from playing on Tuesday's cup game. You come to Miller's instead. On Tuesday, because there's going to be a lot of controversy there. coach team. It's the same if you go to Kelly. You just turn around and go, why just choose the colour? Like fishing or try look at 45 minutes to make it every single week. Play. That's what I did with that Glasgow team. They're letting the snooker on. in McGoldrick, he left it. Obviously, he's the only person who owns it. He's on the yellow ball.
See what you see. It's like
The blue ball. This time's where it goes. It's like they've got numbers. I can change the voice on it though. I can change it to robot, I can change it to sweet, I can change it to deep voice. Swing, swing.
Okay, dokie. So you've got a bit of commentary here with myself and deep in the cabbage patch, Finlay Anderson.
How are you doing?
I'm good. This is one of the best matches, obviously. That's why it's on the television.
Oh, definitely. It's first round. You know, it's could easily be a final tomorrow.
Correct. It could easily have been a final.
To be fair, I think this could be one that goes hill. It's from what I've seen earlier, it's been pretty good standards. Goobsy's been trying to play the tactical battle with John and managed to win that one. But you know, I think it's as expected. Tight starts. Both players wanting to win and get through to tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, both of them will be over the moon that it's double elimination because one of them has to get beat.
Exactly. It's both players. I think obviously, you know, the standard in the event is ridiculously high, but both players look at the draw and probably don't want to play each other. You know, first round, you definitely want that to be tomorrow. But you look at other games going on just now. You've got, you know, even Clint Jansen playing Rob Edmund. He could easily, you know, bring a surprise early on and beat one of the favourites, especially double elim race to 7. You know, it's not that long. You know,
if you get off to a bad start, you're 3-0 down. I'm saying you're chasing the game.
Oh, exactly. It's you know, with the standards, you lose, you go 2 or 3 frames down, and you might not see the table for the next 2 frames, and then that goes 5, and curtains for there.
Correct. Yeah, Clint Jansen's been the one on form, hasn't he? He just won the big one there. He's won a big one before that. He's like double world champion or whatever it is. I'm saying, like, he's on fire. Yeah,
Clint in the IPA's been great. You know, he's like you say, he's won a lot of the recent events. He's always there and thereabout for the money, and he's another one that probably fancy his chances this weekend. Who's he got in his draw? You know, if he wins that, even Ross Fernie in the next round just to qualify for tomorrow, one of Scotland's best. You know, just come back from the Nations Cup, and you know, that's another one that could be a coin toss to see who wins that and gets through to tomorrow.
He got away with one there, but obviously he's not on the yellow. Bit of a fluke there from Scott.
Don't know, can you maybe just see the wee edge and try and clip it across the right hand corner?
Oh, you can definitely see the edge of it, but it's just a tough shot.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then you've got no shot. Even if you make it, there's no shot on the next yellow.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of them. It's maybe you're just trying to see where can you leave the white, and
yeah, I don't think he might
a chance to get back.
He probably won't go for it. He'll probably just try and flick it in here, leave it over here somewhere and behind the black, and try and leave the white on the bottom cushion.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
The red's in the way to sort of play the wee double in, you know, near the middle. That would probably be if that red wasn't on the top cushion. But like you said, maybe just try and leave the white touching the top cushion, and then hope you get back to the table. But there's no real bad reds on the table. If you leave him a chance on the first red, there's not really any balls that need developing.
He'll know what to play. Obviously, a man with a lot of experience. He's obviously just happy to be at the table because he missed that shot. If he misses that, obviously, and it doesn't fluke into the other bag, it looks like 3 each.
But definitely. It's one of them, you're always at the table, you can always give yourself a chance just to make the table awkward. You never know what will happen, you know. You can always give it a bash, as I say, and see where they end up.
I think he's going to just be looking to put this yellow into a position and try and put the white into a position. Surely he's not going to try and cut this in. This white's... Oh my God, he's managed to make it. But here we go.
I don't know, was he maybe trying to kick into the red that was on the left-hand side and hold for the one next to the black, maybe?
Looks like it, yeah.
But I don't see any shot here.
Can he make it awkward again? Like maybe play the yellow onto the black, try and tie up the black behind the yellow?
Yeah, possibly. Maybe looking where... don't know what he's... Maybe try and play the yellow that's on the top cushion and try and hold the white in behind the 3 balls that are in the middle of the table, just to make it a bit awkward again. But, you know, I think now he's spotted that, he's in a right bother.
Yeah, good luck to him here. I don't see this going off any of these balls and going in a bag. I can't see it happening. Maybe he's thinking about clipping it off the black and doubling it over there. But even then, I'm saying, like, Chris Melling's like the best at these shots, isn't he? He always figures out the best way to play this to give it the best opportunity.
If this was Mellon playing the shot, you're backing him to pot it 9 times out of 10, you know.
Yeah, when he goes for a shot, he gets it. Yeah, I think he's going to just try and play this off the black as a double.
Oh, no.
Oh, I was about to honestly say, I swear to God, I was about to say it looked like the black could easily go in.
Yeah. You catch that wrong, and like you say, it's just what's happened. The black's gone in, and we're 3-all.
I'm pretty sure he was trying to thin it off the black. I'm pretty sure, obviously, didn't get anywhere near it. I don't think it went into the other bag, the middle bag. He had to thin it off it and double it.
Yeah.
It looked like that was the shot that he was trying.
But again, it's the shot before that's left him way out of position, and in the end it's cost him the frame.
Let's have a look at these other scores roundabout. So Ross Fernie's just managed to get over the line there against Sean Wishart, 7-2. Clint Janssen is 6-3 up against Robert Edmund. Joe Finlay, I think this is one of the first times he's been in this Saltire. Great start for him. He's 6-2 up against Edward Cassidy.
Yeah, good. You know, he's been playing well recently. He's obviously got promoted to the first division in the singles league that plays out in McGoldrick's here. Had a good first season in that.
Yep.
And
yourself as well, the both of you got promoted from the Division 2.
Yes, it was obviously, it's a tough league. Everyone beats everyone in that league, and just pleased to get finish third in that league. So definitely a good result for me.
It's a fantastic result, but I knew you were more than capable of doing that. That's for sure.
But you know, even you look at the guys down the bottom, and they can easily come back the next time and be right up there. You know, it's the standard is ridiculous. You know, for league level, it's definitely probably the hardest league I've ever played in. You know,
yeah.
And even the second division, there's class players in that. You know,
anybody can win the second division as well. It's exact same as the first division. Everyone can take a match off at anybody.
Oh, definitely, and that's what can cost you. You know, you can be flying up the top, and then you play probably someone who's maybe not had such good a season, and then they can take a win off you, and that totally ruins your season. But
a couple more results in. Michael Tomlinson has beat Martin Shades 7-0. Martin Shades obviously must have just played badly, but he's in the loser's side of the draw, so hopefully he'll manage to get through that side if he gets a decent draw.
Mikey, very good player though. Got him,
for sure.
Semi-final or finally got to the recent IPA event.
Oh, Michael, I'm saying there's not many. I'm saying a lot of good players in this.
Oh, definitely.
It's the best players in the world. The best players in the world are from the UK.
Yeah.
It's obviously 8-ball. So the best players are from the UK.
I played with Mikey when I was down working down south from where he's from. Phenomenal player. Did back him in one of his money matches though, and he I think he was 8-1 up at the first break, and then just couldn't win a frame from there. So that's
you had the money in your pocket already.
Yeah,
it was spent.
Yeah, it was. But no, he was playing a class player in Gav Robinson. You know, again, someone who's played in these Saltire events and can just rattle frames off for fun. You know, you leave him a chance, and then that's that.
Definitely. That's Billy Neal beat Chris Totten 7-1.
Again, that's a fairly wide scoreline for someone playing Chris Totten. You know, I'm not too sure on Billy Neal. I don't think I've ever seen him play personally before, but Chris Totten's obviously a fantastic player. Yeah, he is.
I know Chris Totten. I know the name. Yeah, I don't really know Billy Neal, but that's the thing. I'm saying I'm only quite new to the pool world the last few years, but I know well more than half the field. Robert Stephen 5-2 up against Gary Robertson. Robert Stephen, in my opinion, is the best player in the club.
Oh, definitely. You know, he's shown his class the last couple of years. You know, since he's been on like the IPA, come through the amateurs, now on the pro event. He's had a couple of good results in that recently as well. Obviously, two-time club champion now.
Yep.
Definitely, I would say the best player that plays out in McGoldrick's. Yeah,
he's the best player. I'm saying that it's a big distance. I'm saying in this club, I'm saying like we've got so many great players, but the thing is, he's just another step ahead of everyone,
definitely.
in my opinion. I'm saying, like, even like when he plays in Division 1, obviously, the first division, I'm saying he starts at -2.
And he still comes second, you know.
And he still came second. Yeah. And he had
obviously-
a chance to win.
Yeah. Obviously, he
You,
started.
you got him, didn't you?
I think, yeah.
in
I
the
think I
second
cost-
last
I think
match.
I cost him the chance to win. I managed to get a 6 each with him, so
Yeah.
that helped me get third, and maybe cost him a chance at getting first. But you know, Davy Markey, who won that league, is a class player as
Oh,
well. He could easily
yeah.
have a good run in these events if he entered them. You know,
Yep.
he entered that the one down in Blackpool and managed. What was it, the quarter final? He got a good run to the quarter final there. Beat
Yeah.
some top players in that. And it just shows that the standard across the league and everyone who plays out of McGoldrick's is just improving year on year.
Yeah, in my opinion, like Davy Markey's probably the second best out of the club behind Robert Stephen.
Yeah.
Davy Markey enters all these. Obviously today he must have not managed to get time off. He must be
Yeah.
busy.
think-
So somebody's took his spot.
With work, just because
Yeah.
he works weekends, it's hard to get them all off, isn't it? You know. Good shot there by John. Is he on the way?
He's nicely on it.
Yeah.
Yep. You can just play this plain ball straight up the line.
Yeah, I think you just got to play up and through the blue spot to just play it to the right middle, and then
He might be a bit. He might decide to swing it around, but I don't think so. He'll just play at the
I
top.
think the swing rounds, there's a chance of running into yellows.
Yeah,
Just
correct.
play
Yeah,
it through the gap. Yeah,
that's fair enough. Yep, nice shot.
just this straightforward black for John to get 4-3 up. I don't know if this is the first time he's been ahead in the match.
I missed the first 3 or 4 frames,
Yeah,
so I don't
came
sure.
in at,
I'm not sure.
I came in and Gillespie was 2-1 up, went 3-1, so unless he won that first frame, good time to get yourself ahead, just get into the nitty-gritty part of the match.
Put him deep in the cabbage patch.
Yeah, I think obviously the standard of these players, you look and the tactical frames will take a while to resolve, but if you miss one, your chances of getting back to the table are slim.
Yeah, they're very
You
slim.
know, unless the balls are properly tied up, you're not going to be getting back to the table, are you?
These guys are like 1 to 50, 1 to 100. The minute they're at the table and the balls are open, I'm saying you need something drastic to happen, like a kick, or maybe like an unforced error where they end up being tied onto a ball or something. Like it's something drastic to happen.
Even then, if you don't land out of position, you still fancy them to knock in a good pot and get back into position. It's why they're the best around.
Indeed, and obviously, a big part of the game is the break. I'm saying
definitely.
like it's massive.
If you can get a ball, and even if the balls aren't good for the finish, if you can get the best set and take control of the frame, then instantly you're massive favourite.
Yep, definitely. There's Mark. I just see obviously Mark Fleming withdrew against Jamie Burnett, so he's got a nice wee easy first round, 7-0. But Mark Fleming, what a player! I played him in the last Saltire event in Falkirk.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was in the last 32, and he beat me 7-4. But I was over the moon with how I played.
Just getting
I was
to 4, and you feel like you've done nothing wrong.
Yeah, I thought I played like as close to my best, and I'm saying like Mark Fleming just played his usual self. He's just so solid.
Mark Fleming, another one, like you say, the break's so important that if he gets his break on, then no one can get near him. It's. But again, I think he's at one of the ultimate events down south this
So he
weekend.
is, yeah.
That's why he's withdrawn. But
I see his brothers in the mix. Ryan Fleming, he's playing Wade Morley.
that'll be in the next session. No, it's not on one of the stream tables. But again, that could easily be one of the. Both players are very good. Could go either way again.
How unfortunate is that for Anton Riley? He plays out of McGoldrick's, and he'll play in these anytime he gets the chance to. But he's drawn Mark Farnsworth in the first round.
I know. He had a good run at the IPA Masters, was it, that was played in McGoldrick's at the end of last year?
Yeah, he won the one before it, then he got beaten in the final, the next one.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Anton, he's one of them, but like I've heard a few people say that's just going to be who can pop the most balls in that game. There's not going to be much safety on the stream table next.
Yeah, both of them are sheer portals.
Yeah, it's going to be could be one of them. It could be a wee dish fest, as you say. It's definitely one for the cameras, that's for sure.
And look at Christopher Slack. That's a disaster as well. Obviously, fantastic player, but he's managed to draw Chris Melling first round.
Yes. Again, that's another one that don't think there'll be much safety going on there. That's going to be swinging balls off 4 cushions to land straight when you could just roll it in, you know. But definitely 2 great games that'll be on the stream in the next session.
Yep. I'm playing Nathan Hunter at 2 p.m. So that's my first game.
Oh, right down the bottom of the draw. That's not a bad section you've got. You know, definitely a chance to qualify through the winners section for you there.
I'm not.
I don't. Davy Markey is in. He's away on.
Sorry, Davy Markey is in. I don't know why. You were saying that he wasn't here, and I kind of just
busy
jumped.
Looking at the first screen and never saw it myself.
I just jumped on board with you saying that. Oh yeah, he's not here, even though I knew he was here. I was talking to him the other day. I don't know why. Anyway, I don't know the players in the bottom half of my side of the draw, but all I do know is like you can't take anything for granted. I'm saying, like, if anything, everybody would be looking to play me first game. But again, I wouldn't expect anybody to take anything for granted.
Oh, no, definitely.
Because you should never go into a game. I don't know any of these players. All I do know is I just need to play my best.
Oh, definitely.
And then after that, whatever happens, happens.
You know, I've played you in out here, and you're a player that's probably a bit underrated in the pool scene. You know, definitely one that if you're switched on, you can probably take a good game for anyone. You know,
I think I play my best when I play against players that I know that are better than me. Mm-hmm. That's when I play my best.
You almost like know to switch on.
Yeah.
And just
because I've got a poker player background where like mindset is everything, but my mindset's very poor for going into situations. Like if I go into a final table, or if I get to see my draw for day 2 or day 3 of a poker game, I always take things for granted. I'll say, okay, I've got a good stack, I've got a good table, I've got good position on a player. So all of a sudden I build up this thing in my head and I kind of make it easier than it's about to be. The next minute you know you put yourself under pressure and you get off to a bad start and you took it for granted and you get punished. So when I play in these Saltire events, I think this is where I play my best.
You know, you just know that you need to switch on from ball 1, and if you, like we said earlier, you know, if you miss a ball, you can find yourself 2-3-0 down before you even realise and get back to the table.
Correct. The main thing in this game is just do not miss your bread and butter shots. Don't hand them the games for free. Make them work for the game.
Definitely.
And when I go into these games, I'll fight like fuck. Apology to swear there, but I'm saying like I'll fight like fuck to fucking win that first frame. I'll try my hardest. It's all about that first frame, getting the first frame on the board, because if you lose that first frame, it can spiral out of control very quickly. Whereas if you win the first one, obviously they need to win 2 to get in front.
Yeah.
So like as long as you win that first one, they're always playing catch up.
You know, especially even before the balls are broke, you know, the lag's massive, because if you can win the lag, win the first frame, puts your opponent right behind, because they know that they need to break you straight away just to even have a chance of winning the game. Yep. And they've got to make sure that if you win yours, you've got to be making sure that they're winning their breaks as well. Yeah,
I always used to talk about the lag with Charlie Shaw, obviously a legend of the old Scottish pool. And he used to always say to me when I complained, saying I lost the lag by like the tiniest of little margins, he used to always say, stop complaining, next time just win your lag. And it was just dead straight to the point, win your lag.
Yeah, it's a part of the game that a lot of people maybe don't put as much thought into it, and they think, it's just hit the ball up and down the table. But you know, in these formats where it's quite a short race and a lot of the games will go quite tight, the break is massive.
It's huge. There we go. There's Scott Gillespie just tied up 4 each. As we were saying, we thought this one was going to go to the hill. I'm definitely sure it's going to go 6 each.
Definitely, yeah. I think it's one of them, and John would have the break in the decider. You know, if he can get his break seems to be going all right on this table just now. If he can keep that going, I don't see. It's now a best of 5. If he can get his break works, Scott might not even have the chance to win the game now.
Correct.
That's the start of the second session now. We've got some good games going. Slack and Melons on the other stream table 8, if you're interested in watching that one. Another Gio Edgar, Mark McAllister, both just come back from success at the Under-23s Nation Cup last week. Both class players, again, would be both looking to get a good run.
Yeah, like the likes of Gio, I'm saying like he's a very young player. I'm saying like he's like the next generation of talent that's coming through. Also, you've got Morgan McInnes and all that kind of stuff. I'm saying like there's a good few prospects in there like that for like world champions in the next 5 years.
Definitely, you know, I think entering all these events, you know, a lot of them play on the IPA or the ultimate events, you know, playing against class players week in, week out, getting the match experience under your belt just stands you in good stead for future events. You know, when you do come under the pressure situations in these ones, you know, they'll have felt it multiple times before, even in the last month probably, with all the pool that they're playing, you know.
Yeah. Just seeing up there that Mark Boyle is also withdrawn against Dylan Stanfield.
Yeah, it's not sure why Mark's was drawn there. Dylan Stanfield, good player, plays out of Falkirk, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Know him a bit from that, and he also plays a bit in the bit of the uni events that I've played in. But no, definitely a good player, and that's probably a game that he wouldn't have been favourite to win. So to get a walkover in that, you know, gives you a chance to qualify for the main last 32. You know.
There's another game there as well. Stephen Allison against Billy Snadden. Billy Snadden's withdrawn as well.
Yeah, both. You know, Billy Snadden's a good player. I know he was down at Bridlington last week or a couple of weekends ago now. Very good player. Stephen Allison coming up through as well. You know, he's entering a lot of these events. He's one that's definitely going to be on the radar in the next few years for big events.
Yeah, he's very young, Stephen Allison. He's got obviously a lot to learn. I'm saying like, but the main thing is he's in the mix, and the more times you're in the mix, the more you'll learn.
Yeah, I was away with him last week at the Nations Cup. You know, he had a very good week there. I think he was about 75% of his frames he won in the team event. You know, against the best international players around the world. You know,
yeah, 75% is obviously great.
You know, I think in any of them events, if you're 60% there or thereabout, if everyone in your team's 60%, you're laughing.
You've won it.
Yeah. Pretty much, you know, unless you have an absolute shocker and everyone loses altogether, you know, it's... But no.
An update with Ronnie O'Sullivan against Pang Jiangzhu, 5-0.
You know, who did Pang beat? Was that... did he not beat Maguire in the last qualifying?
I think he came back from the death or something.
I know he was 4-0 down the last I saw against Maguire, and then I was shocked to see Maguire lose. I think it was 10-6, but you know...
Well, he didn't come back from the death, but I seen that he made a great comeback.
We've got Martin Shades coming into the commentary booth now.
Are you coming in to take over, Martin?
No, but you should have commentated my game. 7-0.
Yeah, we've seen that, Martin, but don't worry, it's a double elimination. You got the bad one out the way first.
I'm going out the Alpen. I'll be flying.
Right, enjoy, Martin. See it on.
Well, he's opened it up. It's still not easy, though. You know, he's either going to have to play the long one now or leave it to last, I would say. You know, either want to play the long one now, but again, position's not easy.
Even the black is a bit...
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, so he might actually play this and screw into the red and just get that away from the black just now.
Yeah, just flick off the red and try and leave yourself not so awkward to get on it. You know, it's...
I think he's going to have to play that just now because I don't know how tough this black is.
You're definitely going to have to be low on it, and there's no real shot to get back low on the black to play it to the left middle. So I think, like you said, is the develop or just kick the red out of the way, because even if you don't land on the yellow over the middle, you still got a shot up to the top right bag, you know.
He's going this way, so he's going to just go for this one, leave the white on a good angle, and then kick the red, and then play the last yellow.
Oh, he's maybe got into that a bit too much, has he?
I think he's fine.
Is he okay?
He might be straight as a die. We don't know from this angle, obviously.
I'm not sure the way he's walking around the table.
Is he going to have to play this with a ton of left-hand side?
To check it up, yeah.
To check it up, yeah.
Well, he's maybe looking to come back across.
He's looking to come back across, indeed.
So that obviously says he's not nicely on that yellow. That, like you said, to play to the left middle.
That's the thing. Like, it's all about fractions, isn't it? If he just leaves that a wee one ball higher, he's perfect.
One roll, you know.
Yeah.
The conditions here at McGoldrick's are top class. You know, the tables are always pristine and play rapid. You know, like you say, if you played that on another club table, you're probably landing a good 6 inches shorter from where you were. You know, it's just the tables are always excellent here.
It's the blue cloth as well. I'm saying, like, it's the speed cloth as well. It just moves a lot quicker than any other cloth.
I'm not sure if these were. I know they were reclothed not that long ago for one of the events. I'm not sure. Do you know if they were redone recently as well? I don't think they were.
This looks like, I don't know, but this looks like it's flying.
Yeah.
This table looks like it's just been done today.
He doesn't like it anyway. That's for sure. But even if he does come back across and plays the yellow to the top bag, you know, the pot's not easy, and like you say, judging the pace on it is.
Because even if he clips that in, decides to leave the yellow long and then leaves a good angle to kick the black, where does the black actually go? Round about this side? We'll see what happens. It's John McAllister, so he's going to. Oh, he's went to kick it just now. That's so dangerous, that shot.
He's went in. Played it at as
I don't
well.
think he must have not went to kick that. He must have just played it across.
He was looking at a lot of things. To be honest, I'm not too sure the way it's ended up. I'm not sure what he's played.
I think he was hoping to squeeze past, leave the angle, maybe just screw back into the black, clip it half ball, and leave it for the middle bag, because that's the only way. That's the only place it went.
And now he's got no real shot here on the yellow. He's got maybe a
cut
thin
back.
cut, but right off the knuckle. I don't know. It's you know, but like we said earlier, these reds are not even. Well, there's one half bad red that's on the side cushion.
It looks like the white's flying in the middle.
Yeah,
it looks like it's flying. But let's see if he can squeeze it onto the knuckle.
Hit this hard enough, it hits the bottom of the bag and bounces back out.
He could do that as well. Yep. If he gets this shot, what a shot!
Is he looking at maybe playing the double?
I think he is. He is.
He's quite a wee bit away for that, and you know the yellow's not even covered the pocket. You know, I think Scott's got maybe not a free chance at getting this, but he's only got one half bad ball. You know, that one on the side cushion, but even still, you land in behind it and you can just roll it up to the top left bag.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, this standard of pool, I'm saying, like, when you're watching these two guys play, if this is the other way around and John McAllister comes to the table, I'm saying he's won the frame. He's won the rack, and it's vice versa. Like, Scott Gillespie's like 1 to 50, 1 to 100 to win from
now
here.
You've got one yellow, you know, even if he doesn't land plumb on that yellow, the red that's on the side cushion, you can just tuck him up behind it.
Yeah, this is like a formality. I'm saying, like, even if, as you said, I'm saying, like, at one point he gets down to it or whatever, I'm saying, like, he's going to leave him tucked in behind something.
Yeah. I don't know if he's got the angle, but if he's maybe just going to try and nudge the red towards the middle pocket.
Oh, if he's got the angle, he's going to just screw on it, because it's a free shot. Even if he doesn't hit it right, he's got that
the hanger. You know, it's as long as he doesn't, you know, it's bad that, you know, you don't think any of these top players will do that, but as long as you don't decel and land stuck in right in behind it, you know.
Maybe he's not got the angle to screw into this. Is he going to play the roll up right away?
What does it? That doesn't go past the yellow up the cushion, does it?
No, it doesn't go through.
Not.
I think he's just going to roll up to it.
Yeah.
It's not frozen, so just roll up to it, touch it.
Leave it in a potting position.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, this is why he's 1 to 50, 1 to 100. Yeah. John has to smash this and hope it goes
exactly.
in.
You know,
and there's not many bags it can go in.
There's no deads. You know, in that situation, you're hoping to come back to the table and he's got a couple of dead balls and you can just try and develop your yellow a bit. But now Scott's got all the reds in the open. If you know, unless he kills a red or pots the yellow, you know,
He's coming off 3 cushions anyway. He's coming off top cushion, side cushion, and he's trying to thin this in, and then that way the white will go and drift over to the right-hand side of the table and have the red to the middle bag. So this is a shot that Chris Melling would get 9 times out of 10.
Yeah. I remember I was watching him in the the Premier League 9 ball that was on maybe last month or something like that, and some of the shots he was pulling out, running with a heap aside and screwed to arc the white and pot the ball. It was the shots that he sees is ridiculous. I want to see what's in his brain. Does he get is it like the game on your phone? Does he get the lines drawn on the table for him?
Insane stuff.
Well, but saying that, Chris Slack. Oh no, sorry, never mind. It was Ryan Davey that won that. I thought Chris Slack had won that first frame there, but I was getting ahead of myself.
I see Robert Stephen has got over the line. 7-2.
Yeah, 7-2. It's a good start for him. Plays, is it Lewis McCool in the next round? I think Lewis McCool was actually down in that game against Tam McCallum. I think he was 4-2 down, I think, when I first came in. I saw the score there. So, he's kicked on a wee bit there and came back to 7-5. See the shots. Do you think he'll make it?
He's going to have to hammer it. That's unlucky.
Unlucky, yeah.
It was on its way.
It looked a good line if the black, But now, you've got to say that if Gillespie doesn't finish this, then... Oh, we've just seen a result come in. Mark Farnsworth's forfeited his match against Anton Riley.
Yeah.
That's a strange one. Obviously not managed to come up from Newcastle today.
Strange, yeah.
Maybe he's been double booked and not let anyone know.
Yeah,
but,
that's a fantastic result for Anton Riley.
Anton will be licking his lips, Now plays the winner of Stevie Walker and Jim Meikle. But
and that's just started, and Jim Meikle's just went 1-0 up.
But that's a shame for the TV table, because that definitely would have been probably the pick of the session for the next round.
Yeah, just all out, gung ho.
Yeah. But Gillespie here has developed the black. Surely can't mess these up from here.
Nah, he's fine. And that's a fantastic result from Joe Finlay. 7-4 over Edward Cassidy. He now plays Michael Tomlinson.
Yeah, that'll be a tough game. On this afternoon, 3:30.
And look at that for a belter of a match. Ross Fernie against Clint Jansen.
And what's that? Last 32 of their initial, again, like we said, that could easily be a final again.
Yep. But again, it's double elimination, so even if obviously one of them has to get beat,
we still could see that as the final tomorrow night.
We can still see it as a final. That's the amazing thing about double elimination.
Yeah, Gillespie here.
That's a
formality.
Big rack to win there.
Especially with he's got the break now.
Yep.
If he can get a nice split on the break here, leave himself some nice roll-ins basically, and get to the hill first, that puts John under a lot of pressure going into the last couple of frames.
There's this Pang here on a 1-1-1.
Yeah, well, maybe he just likes being 4 or 5-0 down. He doesn't actually start till he's 5-0 down.
We've got 6 screens in front of us, and one of the screens has the World Snooker Championship on it. O'Sullivan against Pang. So we're keeping an eye on everything here.
They just need another one on for the football now. We can hear it, but we can't see it.
Aston Villa against Newcastle.
Again,
maybe that's why Farnsworth couldn't make it. He went to Villa.
I went down
to watch the Newcastle game.
Maybe. But it'd be interesting to see if, obviously, Gav Robinson and Mark Farnsworth. Well, Gav Robinson plays at a Mark Farnsworth club. So it'd be interesting to see if Gav Robinson is actually in the event, or if he also pulls out.
Now here comes the big break from Scott Gillespie. Let's see if he can get a ball. This is big.
No, that's dry. Oh, he's got
the yellow just dropped in.
And
Reds look good.
Very nice.
Reds look very good, so I expect him to go 6-4 up here for sure.
Definitely. Just get up this pot this one next to the black, get up the table, and then you've got roll-ins from there. There's no balls needing developed. It's just little roll-ins and little stuns.
Probably just take this red up the top right last, if he can.
Yeah.
That way, obviously, it's the only ball that's blocking John McAllister. I don't know if even he'll think of that, because obviously you just think it's a formality from here, but I want to see if he actually leaves that ball till last.
I don't know, you might leave the one over the top left, because it's just a stun off the side cushion, but obviously it's maybe a wee blocker for some of the other ones, but I think you might pop this one into the bottom left,
then
and
take
play
that
the
one
top right first.
Yeah, because it's the easier ball to get on from this ball, yeah.
Because I don't think you can't screw this back, and I don't think any of the ones in the middle of the table pass the 2 reds that are closest to the pocket.
Even though they're all there as tap-ins, you need to still have the white in the right position.
Definitely.
So you need to be a bit careful here. That's why he's studying the
position
table.
on this first ball is key. If you can get position here, you shouldn't be missing from there.
Yeah, as you say. But it's amazing, isn't it? Because I'm saying, like, that top right-hand ball is the only ball that's blocking John McAllister, but you shouldn't think of that.
As well, there's up the top left, but obviously there's balls you can kick that out with. But I think, you shouldn't be thinking about that. If you've
just
got
think positively.
Because if you start putting that in your mind, you start overthinking things. I've definitely won for that.
Surely it would have ran through his mind at some point, but he knows that he can't get up there unless he plays that ball next.
I think if he had an easier next ball to play on,
he would have played on
that.
Yeah.
But like you say, you don't expect him to miss from here. I've just noticed we actually have the other games up on the other screens here.
Yeah, but we've got round 1, table 8, Christopher Slatt against Chris Melling.
Melling at the table on reds. Looks like we should finish that.
In the other game, we've got Jonathan McDermott against Gary McLeish.
Both good players. Johnny will be hoping for... Well, both players will be looking for a good run. Both always there or thereabouts in the big events. But,
what's happened here? So he did play that one and left that one up there.
I wasn't sure.
So he played that one, and he was hoping to get a better cannon on that yellow, maybe to leave himself on that red and then work his way up. He's on this one anyway.
Yeah.
So he is.
Shot than he should have had. So that's.
Yeah. So he did decide to just leave this red for last by the looks of it. That way he'll just pot that one last, come down for the black.
Yeah.
That way it's the only shot that if anything goes wrong, at least he's blocking John.
If that red that's right in the middle of the table goes past the yellows into the left middle, he might work the one closest to the vault cushion, then the one over the right corner.
Yeah, because it's a formality.
And then the roll into the left corner, and then you got the black.
But what I think he's going to do is pot this, come back over here to the left-hand side, then pot that red that's going to go into the right middle, then the left up to the left top bag, then the last one.
Still leaving that one to last, yeah.
But
that's what he's looking at here. He's looking to come back and, like you said, play to the right middle next.
Because even if he overshoots it, he's always going to have that one anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Play the right corner now, and then the shot that you said.
Yeah, that way he's got 2 chances. If he over or under hits it, he's on something.
Yeah. But over on table 8, it's definitely a quick match. Mellon's already raced into a 2-0 lead.
He must have not put the first one up.
Yeah.
And then he's won the second and put 2 up at the same time.
He's on a finish here again.
Jeez, that's quick. Doesn't look like he's got a good white ball, but he looks like he's made a bit of an error. So it's a thin cut for Chris Melling. And here we go. Scott Gillespie's about to go 6-4 up, which is massive.
This has got to be a formality now. You can't. I think I'd fancy myself from here.
Well played from Scott there. He's on the hill.
John needs to get his break going here. Needs to just... Because that's definitely what... The last couple he's lost in a... No, he was 4-3 up, so he's lost 3 in a row there now. So you definitely just want to get yourself a good break. If he can replicate Gillespie's break there,
Yeah.
and give himself just a chance just to keep Scott in his chair for 5 minutes or so.
That's another thing about this game, which I think is a huge part of the game, but it only allows you to do so if your game style works with it. When you can take a long period of time to think about how you're going to finish the table off and keep your opponent away from the table for as long as possible, it'll kill them so much.
Especially if you play someone who's a fast player. If you're a fast player and then all of a sudden you're playing a slow player, if you're not at the table, you can maybe play one frame and the boy will take 10 minutes and a finish.
Yeah. Well,
it can just throw your rhythm out.
Dunster's one of the best for that. I'm saying, obviously we all know Dunster's one of the best in the world. I'm saying, if not, he was the best, and he still is top 3, top 5 in the world. There's so many good players just now. But I'm saying, Dunster keeps you off that table for such a long period of time. But it's a clever way about going about things. I'm saying, even though it's nasty, it's part of the game until there becomes a chess clock. A shot clock, obviously, if you're down and playing ultimate, whatever, there's a shot clock. But in my opinion, when it comes to pool, I think there should be a chess clock.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think he's not a quick player by any means, but
when he plays down south and it's a shot clock, he has to be quick.
Oh, definitely. But
and he proves that he can still do it.
Yeah, it's even, I've seen him in the IPA event this year when he played in the Scottish Open or Scottish Masters or whatever, Grand Prix, or I can't remember what it was called, but it was played at McGoldrick's. They just have him on a shot clock in some of the later games, and it doesn't faze him at all. It's a minute a shot is plenty to get once you know your route, a minute a shot is plenty.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
But John, great break there. Looks set to take it to.
John's a much more smoother, flowing player. He just gets on with it. Obviously, when he was having no problems the last time, he would go down in the shot, get back up, go down, get back up. But that's obviously what you do when you've got a tough kind of situation going on with the angle and how the white's going to come off it and all that kind of stuff.
As soon as he's got sees the finish, he's just takes them away. It's not his own, at his own pace. It's not slow. It's not rapid, but it's
lovely
nice
to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
He's got a lovely cue action, and I've always been a big fan of left-handers.
Yeah,
I'm saying I love I love Mark Williams. I love John McAllister.
Mark Williams, top player. That's my favourite player, Mark Williams.
I love that. He's very similar to John McAllister's. Very similar to Mark Williams. Just that long, it's so beautiful, the cue action.
I've got signed photo of Mark Williams up in the pool room back home. It's I won it in a wee raffle. So Scott here got the chance to win. He'll be hoping for just something similar from the last break.
Yep. Or else, as we said, it's going to Hill.
Yeah, it's,
which is obviously fully expected when it comes to two world-class players.
Definitely. On one of the outside tables, Gio Edgar raced into a 3-0 lead, but he's been pegged back to 3-all with Mark McAllister Jr.
I played Mark McAllister Jr. in the first event in Falkirk, and he done me up like a kipper. 7-2.
Very, very good player.
7-2. Very good player.
Another one. If he gets his breaks going, might as well just sit down and wait till it's your turn to break again.
Yeah. He's played a few money matches as well. They're all on YouTube.
Table 8, Slack. Mellon must have messed up the finish that he ran out of position on. Slack managed to win that third frame.
Yeah, that's good that Christopher Slack's managed to get that frame. That way he doesn't let the game get too much away from him. And he's at the table now.
With 2 shots,
with
I think.
2 shots.
Oh, yellows. Even red. Well, yeah, he's got to go yellows there.
I think you can go reds as well and just play that red onto that red.
Yeah, so it's the red next to the black that's the one that's tough for him. But back to the main table here. Gillespie got the ball set up nicely now.
Yeah, this is a big break coming up here.
Just hoping for a ball and just a chance.
He's controlled the white ball well, and he's got a ball.
He's got a kicked in yellow, and them reds are lovely.
That's it. It should be finished from here. Just that red at the bottom, it's a bit tough because that yellow's close to it, but he can still possibly get onto it and give himself a shot to clip it along the rail.
You can almost leave it to one of your last balls and you can try and run the white into the yellow to land on the black, or the red to the left middle. You know, there's ways to get on it. As long as I wouldn't be leaving it to my last ball.
You want to leave it as your second last ball. That way, if you make a mistake, you've got your second last ball, then that's your last ball.
Yeah.
Give yourself an out in case you do land awkwardly.
Give yourself a chance to get back on it if you need to.
Yeah.
Well, that's maybe not worked out quite as well as he intended. He's kicked the red with the white, and the red's come and maybe blocked the red he was looking to play on. He's maybe going to have to reroute here. Maybe play one of the reds on the left-hand side to the left corner. Stun across for one of the reds on the right-hand side.
That's a great shot from Chris Lack there. He's 2 pots away from going 2 each with Chris Melling, which is big early on, staying with him.
There's some next to the tables.
Oh, he's pulled it. That is a bad miss from Chris Lack. He just needs to pot that, and he's got a shot at the black to go 2 each with Chris Melling.
Yeah, he's not landed nice as he would have wanted here, but if he plays his good pot and gets back into position, he should be fine.
That's a good one.
But he's by potting that one, he's kind of taken away the one that he can land on with the red that's on the top cushion. He might now leave it to. Yeah, he's looking to play it early.
You want, as you said, I'm saying you don't want to leave it to your last ball. You want to give yourself opportunities in case you land on it awkwardly, that you can play another pot and then give yourself a chance to land on it as best as possible. Then another pot. Yeah. So maybe he's going to
pot to the left middle, leave himself the red on the right hand side, and he wants to maybe just leave the white exactly where that red is, so you can play it and then come back up the table. But
it's just one tricky shot. He just needs to navigate himself around this one tricky shot.
Maybe he is going to leave it to last. Plays this one on the left, the middle.
If he is, he is going to leave it to last by the looks of it, but he's going to have to make sure of it, that he's straight on that red, so that he leaves the white exactly where the red is. It's all about. This is why, like, see, Liam Dunster's so good at this, like 3 shots in advance, just making sure he has that white ball on a string.
Because even here, he's a wee bit short on where maybe he would have wanted for the next red to the middle.
It's going to be a bit higher up in it, yeah.
Yeah, you know, the longer you leave it, there's more chance you screw it a wee bit, and you don't land where you want to be. You know,
he wants to be straight as a die.
Yeah.
He wants to be straight as a die on this red. Once he pots this one in the middle bag, he wants to leave this one down to the bottom right hand bag as straight as possible. That's not bad. I don't think it's not bad. I think you can roll it in.
Yeah, it's not straight for the stun.
Yeah.
But if you drop it in dead weight, you know, you're going to leave yourself the same sort of angle that you were wanting to hope for.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, he wanted to leave it straight, but he's fine. He can drop this in, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
That's it. Nice.
Just make sure the pot.
And then come up. Probably flick it with a wee touch of left hand side, just a tiny little bit.
Yeah, just try and play into the yellow. That's
into the yellow, yeah. Attack the yellow.
Yes.
Just play the line of the yellow.
Yeah.
Even if you want to attack it or not, it doesn't make a difference. Even if you leave yourself anywhere running up the line of the yellow. That's it.
Oh, wow.
That's fine. It's just about dropped. But the main thing is he's attacked the yellow with pace.
That's. Not too sure how that last red's gone in. You know, he looked like he.
It's the cloth. It's the conditions. Yeah. It's if the cloth's running as nicely as it is, the bags will take them.
Slidey bags and everything. You know, that's definitely helped him there. But
that's a fantastic win from Scott Gillespie there over John McAllister. One of those rounds that Scott wouldn't want to get him, and John wouldn't want to get Scott. And because obviously they know that one of them's going in the loser's side, and it's a coin flip.
Definitely, you know, loser's side gives you the chance to come back into the last 32. Well, later on tonight for this event, they're playing the last 32 tonight. But obviously, race to 5, there's still going to be a lot of good players in that losers half. That on a race to 5, you get 2 frames ahead, then.
But the thing about the loser side as well, when you get through the loser side, you now, after that, you get drawn against the top 32.
Yes,
the last 32, sorry, and you're up against one of the tough players again. But
you're playing
obviously,
against the 16 who qualified.
Yeah,
you know,
it's just a tougher route to win. I'm saying, like, you end up playing against a tougher opponent where you expect to get him maybe in the quarters or the semis. But at the same time, Scott or whatever, John or whatever, like whoever lost that match or was going to lose the match wouldn't have cared, because they're always going to have a second bite of the cherry.
I'm not too sure who's going to be coming on the stream table next.
It looks like Ryan Fleming against Wade Morley.
Oh yes, they've rescheduled that to get a game on the TV table since Mark Farnsworth, Anton's been given the walk over there.
Anyway, I'm going to nip out for a quick toilet break. I'll be back shortly. Right, I'm back with Finlay Anderson. We've missed this first rack. I think Finlay did catch a bit of it. Sorry, second.
It's 2-0 Wade now. Wade won the first one, and then Ryan got kicked in off his break, and then Wade cleared up from there, so not really much he's done. I'm not sure if it was a break dish the first frame as well, so Ryan's had a bit of sitting in his seat.
It's a great atmosphere in here today with the football on, and the place is now getting chock-a-block, and as Finlay was saying, they've changed the format, so the last 32 gets played tonight. Usually what would happen is you would come back to Sunday and play your last 32, but it gets played tonight. So a few of the boys have heard talk about booking hotels and all that kind of stuff, because at 10 p.m, by the time they get out at 11 or half 11...
That's the thing, the last match is scheduled to go on at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, they might be out at half 10, 11 or whatever.
Yeah, and then some of the boys, obviously I think the boys from England will have been staying over anyway.
Oh, they've all booked a hotel for sure.
Even the ones that are from Dundee and stuff like that, if they get through to tomorrow, they're probably not wanting to be driving home, getting home after midnight, and then having to be back in here at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yep, they have to get up at 9 a.m.
Yeah, it's you get home, bed, and then you feel like you're straight up.
And sometimes when you go home, as I was saying, I play poker, so like sometimes you can't get to sleep for a while because you're running through situations that maybe, even though you might have won, you could have played differently, and maybe you didn't play your best, and next minute you're tossing and turning, thinking about
you
things.
Still got a bit of a buzz, from playing, and then obviously the atmosphere in the club's always good. You're still feeling the high of that, but it's one of them. All these top boys have been there, done it before. They know what to expect. They should be used to playing all day and then coming back the next day and on wages day and having to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, so it clearly looks like they've changed the structure and the format to make sure if you do come back on Sunday, you're guaranteed money.
Yeah, you didn't.
Because back before, what would happen is you would maybe travel to Falkirk, or you'd travel to McGoldrick's, and then you'd play your last 32 match, and then if you got beat, you would get no money. But now they're making sure that if you're coming back on Sunday, you're guaranteed a payment.
Yeah, that's right. You don't get last 16th the first payout. You double. No, what's it? 100 inch.
It's £100 per event, and there's 5 events.
Yeah, so you're almost doubling your money if you qualify for tomorrow. So then it starts ramping up from there, as you should expect. With the winner picking up a nice wee £1,600.
Indeed, I like the way the payment is. I just love the payment process. I think 175 for last 16, then a decent jump to the quarter-final, which is 400, then the semi-final 700, runner-up gets 1,000, and the winner gets 1,600. So the jumps are perfect. Yeah, 300, 300, 600.
Yeah, you're playing £300 a game from the quarter-final, and then obviously the final you're playing for double that.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yep, I like it.
It's a good structure. They've set it up. Wade looks like that. Another run out from his break there. So that's 3-0 now. Ryan up against it early on. Another good player. He could easily do the same for the next 3 frames to get it back. But a player of Wade, Wade's, I'm sure he's been on the IPA circuit for the last few years. Knows the way. He's a very good player, and once he goes 3-0 up in a race to 7, he becomes big favourite.
I'm just seeing this just now. That is amazing. Just shows you what happens. I'm saying, like, Christopher Slack nearly got to 2 each with Chris Melling. He missed a long ball. The next minute, he's lost the next 4 in quick succession.
Quick time, yeah.
And he's beat 7-1, but he's very unfortunate to get drawn against Chris Melling. And he's been on fire with that Black Mamba cue.
Yeah,
It's like a half 9 ball, half 8 ball,
Yeah, I
half
was
Chinese
hearing
or something. I don't know. It's mental.
I was hearing earlier it's one, so he doesn't have to swap between cues between all the different cue sports that he plays. So he uses the same one for 8 ball, Chinese 8 ball, and then 9 ball.
Probably uses it for snooker as well.
Probably, yeah. I'm sure he's. I remember a couple of years ago he entered the Q School event. I'm not sure what cue he used then, but wouldn't be surprising if he used his 9 ball cue.
He's definitely up there with maybe the best or top 3 for sure at all Cuesports.
Oh, definitely across the different disciplines. He just doesn't change. He's all. You might find that the top players are best at 9 ball, say, and they're good at the other ones. But Mellon just seems to be class. He's the same across all of them. He's world class at every single one. See, Gio Edgar 1-7-3 against Mark McAllister Jr. It was a quick game there. What else have we had?
Stevie Walker's 4-1 up against Jim.
Yeah, lost the first frame. Ryan Davey leading Reese Coventry 5-1. Johnny McDermott on the other stream. That seems to be a slow game. It looks, from what I saw in between the last, since the 2 stream games came off, it looks one of them that no players really going for the finish. It's looking very a tight game, putting them both deep in the cabbage patches, I'd say.
Oof, look at that for a shot there. Jonathan McDermott against Gary McLeish, and he's tied him right up behind this red. Yeah. It's super tough to get out this one.
But on the main table, Wade, I don't know if Ryan dry broke again. He's not had any luck with his breaks today. But Wade's got a chance again to go 4-0, and Ryan's had 2 shots. Had 2 breaks, and he could be 4-0 down. Just shows the standard in this event.
Indeed it does.
Wade Morley's probably not one that would come to my mind at the top to beat.
He's
just missed that, though.
This is his chance to get back in this game.
Definitely. If he can win this frame and just keep that in his mind, that could play on him for a while. If Ryan comes back and wins this one and maybe the next one, does that play on his mind?
Oh, definitely. It massively plays on his mind because he knows he should be 4-0 up.
Yeah, he should be 4-0 up and racking the balls up to go for 5. Again, nothing fancy needed for Ryan here. Just 7 roll-ins, really. Sean Wishart safely negotiated the first losers round against Rob Edmond, winning 5-2.
I think I just saw him outside, yeah.
It's, Robert's definitely one of them players that could easily, through the top half or the losers side, could come through and win a couple of games and maybe put a spanner in the works for someone. But Sean got the better of him there today, gets him through into the round 2 of the losers side, keeps him going.
It's very quick. I'm saying, this is what I mean. It's only 1:15, and there's been a losers side played already, and I was outside there with Ross Fernie, and Sean came out and said I won 5-2, and I was like, hold the bus, 5-2. I'm saying, I was expecting games to be 7, and that's what I mean. I'm saying, so that's kind of done and dusted already, so that boy's out the tournament right away.
Yep, he's started at 11 o'clock or whatever, just around 11 o'clock, and it's 1:15. He's played his 2 games.
He's out, yeah. That doesn't usually happen at all.
No, I think they're definitely looking to get the first round of the losers side on as soon as possible. It was online. It's scheduled for 5 o'clock, but with them having to play that extra round tonight to make sure people aren't travelling for no prize money tomorrow, they're just going to get them on as soon as they can. I think.
Yeah.
I think they're going to keep a couple of the outside tables on for the first round of the losers and just slowly make their way through them.
I think Paul Corrigan's better off making a hotel above this place.
Definitely.
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know. Like Craig was saying, there's plenty of ideas of what could go on upstairs.
A big snooker hall upstairs, lots of snooker tables.
Move the darts upstairs and maybe make a darts bar or something like that.
That would be amazing, honestly. Absolutely outstanding if that could happen.
Or even maybe move the 9-ball tables upstairs and have like a wee 9-ball
Yeah.
event, you know, for all the 9-ball events that Paul's running out of here, for the Jacoby events. And
He's running the top-notch events. He's getting all the best players. Even when like the 9-ball Moscone Cup's on, he gets the whole team over, the whole European team over in here, and they run big exhibition matches. And
with the standard of tables and the facilities here, you know, you're looking at why wouldn't the top players want to come and play an event here?
Yeah.
I think that's why the IPA have now got a second event here. You know, the tables are just always fantastic. Well, that break's not very nice, but he's made a ball.
That's a bit nasty down that bottom left-hand side.
Yeah, but saying that, yellows aren't too bad. You know, if you can get to the one right over the pocket, the other 2 yellows are a plant.
But the way that it's going to come out when he does attack it, I'm saying like it just depends.
You're playing with a bit to see where the balls land, but I'm not sure if you can maybe play the one right in the pocket. I don't know if you can get to that and like screw out so he doesn't develop them, you know, and then plays the two yellows as a wee plant.
Yeah, for sure. But it would have to land on it nicely.
Yeah, you've got to be low, almost like beside the reds in the centre of the table.
And he's landed on this perfect.
Yes.
Absolutely perfect.
Couldn't place the white any better with your hand. If you can just get this out, screw it back out, and then play on the plant next.
Yep. Probably looking just to screw it onto the red.
Yeah, just screw it straight back. That way, yeah.
That is perfect.
Perfect. Got a nice angle just for the white to come off the side cushion. Probably play on the yellow that he's going to hit again. Play the 2 in the corner, and then work your way back up the table. You can try and bring the white off the top cushion.
He might actually go up here first, no? Let's have a look.
I think he might play the yellow into the corner and bring the white back through that gap. Then play the one to the top left corner.
Yeah. Oh.
It's not played that well.
That's a bit tricky, but he's fine, obviously.
Yeah, I think he's got the insurance of the one over the middle bag. Well, it's not over the middle bag, but it's...
He just plays this with bottom left-hand side.
Yeah, you should still fancy him to finish it from here.
Yeah. Just a wee flick of left, but is he under-hit it? He has under-hit it. He's going to have to play the double now.
Yeah,
he's going to have to play the double screw.
Quite a poor shot. You could have hit that as hard as you like, because the white's going to be coming down towards them reds. Even if you hit the red, you're going to be on the yellow.
He's played the double. And he's missed.
Missed that by quite a distance. And again,
this is another thing that can play on his mind massively.
Well, that's the thing.
All of a sudden, he should have been 5-0 up, and it's 3-2. If Ryan wins this frame, if Ryan wins this rack, I fancy him to win the.
Yeah.
I know it's early doors, but if he wins this rack, I fancy him to win the match.
Definitely be a big swing in the bookies' odds.
Yeah, because I'm a great believer in momentum shift.
Yeah.
And this is a massive rack. I'm saying like he should be 5-0 down.
Yeah, 5-0 down, even against the quality of Ryan Fleming. Obviously, Wade's a top player, but you shouldn't be losing from 5-0 up.
Yeah, for sure.
In a race to 7.
Yeah.
So for him to miss them two big chances, it wasn't like he had a hard finish. He's messed up two easy finishes. And if Ryan can get this rack, and then he's got the break in the next one, if he can get this break to start working.
Yep.
Could easily run 7-3, 7-4 to Ryan.
It definitely could. I'm saying, like, I'm a great believer in that. When you should have been 5-0 up, next minute, you know, it comes back and bites you in the ass.
Definitely. The famous commentator Stevie Walker, 5-1 up now.
Oh yes.
We might get a wee stint with Stevie in later.
We might do, yeah. Steve is very good at commentating.
I remember watching the deathmatch stream when Stevie was commentating, and the hype he got around that was just fantastic.
Yeah, he was good. I remember it as well. Not heard him commentate for a while now, but
No,
I think he's fully focusing on just playing the game.
just playing. Yeah, I think if he has a run today, I don't think we'll see him in the commentary booth. I think he'll have to wait till he's completely out of the event now. You know.
If he wins his 2 games right off the bat, then he has to play the 3rd match.
Yeah, but he might come in for a wee break.
I think he might come in. A few hours to kill.
Give the fans what they want.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get a wee look at Davy Markey's game just on table 1. Now he's through the computer monitors here. Well, he's on 6-1 now. Surely, you got to get it from there.
It's amazing, isn't it? He loses the first one, wins the next 6.
Yes. He's definitely a player that can do that, though. You know, a good player when he's on.
And here we go. Here comes Ryan. Perfect, that's okay. Well, he can play it long.
Yeah.
He's going to have to play it long, I think. Unless
you either play it long now or you leave yourself the long black. You know,
I think it's better off just playing it long. If he plays it in the middle, I'm saying, fair enough. I'm saying, but you never know. I've seen strange things happen and the white go in, off in the middle bag.
Yeah,
just play it long. Just play it
long.
Just play it long, confidently. Long, leave the white where the red is, and that's it.
With the white, just drop it in, stun it in. Yeah,
that's it.
Perfect. 3-2 from what should have been 5-0.
Yep, and that's massive. And with Ryan having the break now, if he gets the ball,
that's not the white.
That's not the white. I fancy him for some reason, even though it's still early doors.
Yeah, definitely.
I would be sitting in that chair just now thinking I should be 5-0 up and absolutely be spewing. And it's going to... It plays on other people's minds differently, but in my mind it would kill me inside.
Yeah.
And I would be defeated. Even though I shouldn't be defeated, I would be defeated.
If I was there just now, I'd maybe be taking a couple of minutes, just nip to the toilet, refresh your head, go outside or something, you know, just to put it out of your mind. But, you know, it's one of them that Ryan's the player that can make you sit in your chair for a few frames.
Yep.
Easily. But I think if he got the last frame, he would have forgotten completely about the one that he missed to go 4-0. But the fact that he's missed 2 chances in the last 2 frames, that definitely is going to play in his mind. It looks dry though. Well, here we go.
The black's a bit tough up there, isn't it, obviously?
Yeah, you might be... I don't know if you can pot a red and then maybe just tuck him up in behind that cluster, but...
That's probably the way to go here, I think.
Because the 2 reds over that corner aren't really a nice plant. If you can...
Because the black
one and then develop it. It's overrun to play into the 2 reds there.
He can still get in behind this. He can still play top cushion.
Yeah. I think you'd probably prefer to play the bottom one, so you at least develop both the reds. If you play off the top cushion, you can almost maybe kill them.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. You can see it straight on, so you might be able to just bring it out. That's fine, that's even better, obviously.
There we go.
Yeah, that's fine.
And, you know, to hit this, you're having to go top cushion first. You know, it's top cushion, or figure 8 and hope you hit a red on the bottom left hand of the table.
Ryan Davey on the hill against the Reese Coventry.
Reese, my doubles partner at the Nations Cup.
Yeah.
Cup last weekend. Didn't do too good in the doubles, but you know, it's not what we're there for. We're there for the team event.
Gary Scott on the hill against Preston McInnes.
With our up and coming.
He's super young, isn't he? He's obviously Morgan's younger brother.
Yeah, he was in the under-18 team, so you know he's still got many years ahead of him. So getting the experience to play in these sort of events at that age is just going to stand him in good stead for the future.
Definitely.
Kieran Kay 5-4 up on Shug. That's another game that could easily go hill. Hit and hope here, see where we end up. Well,
Couldn't get by the first red.
He's made it a bit awkward, he's half killed the black.
Red down here, doesn't pass the yellow.
Yeah, it's maybe one of them. You take the left, pop the red, the yellow that's over the corner pocket. Play the plant. So I'm not a fan of this. It's so close to the white, and if you misjudge it slightly, you can leave the yellow over the pocket. See, I think that he's got a bit lucky there. 'Cause he's missed the pot on the yellow, but
Yeah, it's hard to judge them because you're so close.
yeah, that's why I'd have maybe just potted the yellow and then tried to tuck him up again. Maybe a bit,
Liam Dunster style.
yeah, it's maybe a bit negative, but
Yeah.
I think
Just get the job done.
yeah, it's one of them. I think if you get him right in behind that red again, you're getting another 2 shots, and you should take it away from there.
Either way, this is a massive rack. This one is. I'm saying, like, if he like after having 2 shots, I'm saying, like, in a position again that probably should be massive favourite to win the rack. If he doesn't win this rack and it goes 3 each,
See, that's gone wrong. That's not nice.
yeah, he's too thin on it now.
The yellow.
He can take the bag, obviously, and he can play the red off the side cushion and even pot it as
Yeah.
well.
Even if it does go, the yellow's not too bad in the side cushion to hold the white.
Yeah. Let's see if he manages to take the bag or cut it in off the yellow. Oh, it goes in. I didn't even realise it went in. It didn't look like it went in,
No,
did
it
it?
looked tight, but obviously it flew in from the way he's played it.
It
It just
flew-
shows that
it didn't even touch your knuckle.
sitting here that you don't really know what goes, but
Still needs a good shot here.
yeah. But again, he's opened all the yellows up, so a bit of pressure on this long red.
He's
Yeah,
played
he's
that
it
nicely.
well. Just got to make sure of these now. No, nowhere near the middle. You just got to drop this in or stun, slow screw, whatever, take your fancy here.
Yeah,
and
just stop ball it in.
that should be 4-2. That's an amazing stat in the snooker up there. Pang 6-2 down, but he scored 60 more points than Ronnie.
Insane. He's had the highest break as well.
Yeah,
133. Ronnie O'Sullivan's highest break, 71.
just shows that he's obviously getting in and then missing the balls, and then Ronnie's just clearing as much as he needs to and then going, thank you very much. It's 6-3, not too bad.
That's it finished, isn't it? That's the first session.
That's the first session done. Not bad
Oh,
for 8 to 15.
My favourite, I'm saying, like, my favourite Cuesport is snooker. I love it. I'm saying, like, in the World Championships, I'm saying, like, it's just so good. You get to watch it for 17 days.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
best of 19, best of 25, best of 31, best of 33, best of 35.
Definitely takes the, I think a lot of the snooker events, aren't great being best of sevens. A lot of the main circuit events, Scottish Open, all of that. Anyone can win best of sevens.
Yeah, the nations, yeah.
Yeah, obviously it's good for the lower ranked players because it is a bit of a lottery, but you can get some big shocks. Preston McInnes back to 6-5. Could we get a wee hill over there? Scott Higgins dished the first frame against Davy Markey.
So it looks like Wade has managed to get over this little 5-0 situation where he should have been 5-0 up, and next minute you know it was 3-2 and it was nearly 3 each.
Yeah, Ryan had a chance there, but
No, probably not nearly 3 each, but you know what I mean.
yeah.
But it could have been 3 each to a certain degree because Ryan was breaking.
Yeah.
So like for him to get over this wee cabbage patch that could have been 5-0, he's done very well here to be at the table for 5-2. That
Yeah, I think-
shows a bit of a resilience, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think this is the key shot here, and he can go 5-2.
Table allocations have now been done for the next session. Table 7, Scott Moore to David Gillis. Table 2, Stuart McCobb, Belhaven. Table 4, Tony McGoldrick, Scotland Bar. Table 5, Keith Robertson, Jim Hayden.
What's happening? Whoa, that's loud. Stevie Walker back in the commentary box, guys. Finlay stayed on. He's going to talk you through the right shots while I probably make loads of mistakes.
Good win you had earlier, though, Stevie.
I played okay. Jim made quite a few mistakes, and every time he kind of got punished for it. Out with maybe one or two slack shots I played that I won't get away with that against guys like Anton in the next round. I know Mark Farnsworth isn't up yet, so he'll be on in the...
Yeah, well, no, Farnsworth's withdrawn.
Yeah, well, he's coming up for his next match, so
all right.
Apparently he was out last night at a 40th birthday party, so he's definitely making that up.
Fair, so it's a good result for Anton there then.
That's it.
But not so good for those in the bottom half of the draw, trying to come through the loser's side.
Definitely.
He's definitely one that you've got to be picking out to go through the loser's side.
I'll be honest, Finlay, I was actually looking forward to the possibility of playing him. I didn't really know who Jim was before I walked in, and then I realised who he actually was, and I'm thinking if I get through that, whether it's Anton's obviously good enough to beat anybody, he's one of the guys, but I'm thinking if the chance comes to play Mark, it would be the first time, and I would definitely look forward to it, but who knows, maybe I'll get him in the final.
Never know. Still in, both names still in the hat.
That's it, exactly.
It's race to 7, it's not the long races, so anything can happen.
That's very true. Very, very true. So a chip in a chair, as the poker players say, as long as you're in a tournament, you've got a chance.
Replacing a poker player, keeping away the poker talk.
I know, right enough. Ludo was in there. I think, is he on? Has his game started? Or?
Yes, it's just gone on. Table 6. It's got Nathan Hunter, first round. I'm not too sure.
There's been a few real tasty ties, eh?
Yeah.
Nathan Hunter, I think, if I'm right, is he not one of the younger boys? I think he's quite a good player.
To be honest.
I could be wrong, but I don't know if there's something going on with a live chat right enough. People would usually tell us if we're right or wrong.
Is
it?
It's coming through on my phone.
Oh, is it? And it's not coming up on there?
So I'm not...
Maybe need to get Craig to sort that.
Yeah. But surprising results so far. Davy Markey 4-0 down.
I know. So Davy's got a new cue.
He's got.
I had a game with him on Wednesday night, and he was actually playing all right. It was quite a good standard, one visit pool, and it was one of the first nights he'd played with the new cue. He felt good with it. He felt different, obviously, but he wasn't wanting to come here today and take his old cue back out. Then the next tournament comes and he takes his old cue back out. So the way he seen it was no time like the present. Persevere, bring it, and he's saying to me right there now, he said a couple of slack shots and that's really what's cost him, and he's not wanting to look and blame the new cue, so it's a good way to put it.
I remember playing him a few weeks ago and he was saying he wasn't too happy with his tip size, and he was looking to get something new, so he's obviously found something that he thinks might do the job, but it is just the case of getting used to it, you know. But with the amount of tournaments he plays in, there's always going to be one he's not used to it yet, but come the next one, once you get some practice time with it, could just be back to the usual Davy Markey.
Oh, Davy's went up his tip size, and I've noticed a lot of people doing it, including me. My tip was 7.75 for years, and that's really small. David Riggins was even small. I think his was 7 mil, and I always felt I could never play with a bigger tip. I've went up, I'm about 8.25 now, and I'm looking to go to 8.5 for my new cue, which is currently getting designed right now. But years ago, it became 8 mil became the norm for a game of pool, but I noticed a lot of people like Scott Gillespie, Mark Boyle, guys like that, they didn't really chop their tips to a crazy small size, and a lot of the snooker guys just kept the tip the exact same size. So I think the tip size myth that for pool it had to be smaller has probably been debunked by a lot of the top guys, so it's probably the reason why most days are going back to a bigger size tip, especially Davy as well. 5-3 to Wade Morley here, guys. Just tuning in a wee bit. I know the internet was down there for anybody that was trying to catch up with some of the live scores and stuff.
Don't know if you saw any of it, but Wade from 3-0 up missed 3 good chances so realistically he should have reached 7 already. So he's missed some golden chances, and he's let Ryan back in with a couple of missed pots, but you know, Ryan's in control here on reds. He's still got the tied up yellow, the dead yellow on the side cushion, but
with the black being on the yellow, would you be tempted to try and get that yellow on the top out of there? Or is that just maybe slide off this?
Maybe slide off and come in behind the yellow and the black here if you can. Or he's gone
He's
for
being aggressive. Well, that's actually not a bad shot.
Yeah,
But
he's got to develop the black. You know, I don't know if the black goes past the yellow in the middle of the table to that corner, but if it did, the yellow's now covering that bag.
it looks very tight. But as you say, maybe it doubles. He might have a chance at doubling it if it passes the yellow as well. But it's definitely work to be done by.
Easy, you know. It's one of them. You want to bide your time, but you can't really bide too much because Wade's only got the one bad yellow now.
Couple of great games on. Morgan McInnes and Gavin Robinson just about to get underway.
Yeah, that's one that could easily, you know, Gav's obviously a top player, plays in the IPA and all that, but Morgan's a player. Oh, he's actually 1-0 up, but
1-0,
you know, Morgan's one of these boys that fancies the chances against anyone, and if he gets going, gets a couple of frames ahead, he doesn't look back.
Yep, that's it. He's got a cockiness to him. And I didn't start playing pool until I was about 25, 26. Didn't come through any youth junior rank, stuff like that. Played a bit of snooker when I was young. But I did have a bit of a swagger when I started playing the game. But that was a misplaced swagger. It was I'm better than I am kind of thing, do you know what I mean? But Morgan, he's got that cockiness, but he's also got the ability, so very capable.
Yeah, he knows his strengths in the game.
Definitely.
You know, it's definitely improved a lot. You know, did he win an IPA amateur?
He won one in the amateur events.
You know, he's over the last couple of years, he's definitely come to a new level.
I could be wrong, but I think he was offered pro status by the IPA. I think he refused that, probably for the reason they're saying that IPA don't ban any of their pros playing in any other events. So, but I'm not sure how that works. If you're an IPA pro, can you go and play in the amateur events on Ultimate? I know he plays in both.
Yeah.
But he's earned that right. He's played great. He's won an amateur event. He's done some good stuff.
Yeah, as well, like obviously the pro rank's a completely different class.
No.
But well, obviously I'm not sure if he was like an automatic for going up to the pro. Because I know there is like a top 6 or top 8 or something like that that must go up to the pro. But he might have finished slightly lower and was just offered to make up some numbers.
I think because some of the guys had moved on.
Yeah.
But Gav, I played Gav last year in the Saltire, and it was some match. I felt I was good, played quite well that weekend, had a couple of big wins, and it was dish, and in the middle section he said 3 absolute monsters that you wouldn't believe. That every time I'm thinking I'm back to the table, and it was just done, and that was the difference in the match. He's beat me 7-5, but those 3 finishes were just, and Gav's like that, and he's got no fear.
Oh, he can pull out things, you know, you don't even see, and sometimes you're like, where is he's even potted that? You
Unbelievable.
Well, Wade's in all sort of bother now.
Just looking at some of the results, Kieran Kay beating Hugh Thompson 7-5. That's a fantastic result for the young man.
Yeah, Kieran away with one of the Scotland B teams a couple of weeks ago, and then won the under 23As the week after. So he's definitely been playing a lot. So no doubt he'll be in the IM next weekend as well.
I know.
So
he's just, I think he's one of the kids that's got the bug, and I know loads and loads do, but he really has it. He's got that, and he just wants to improve. He wants to learn. It doesn't matter who you are, what level you're at. He's always willing to listen and learn, and that's massive. Some people only listen to, he's not one of the top guys, I'm not listening to him. There's always something to learn off every single person, and he's one of the kids that's, I must admit, since I met him and seen him even at the IPA and stuff like that, he's such a pleasant young man, and he's getting all the joy in the world now. That's a great result today.
Yeah, definitely plays Dylan Stanfield for a place in the last 32 proper, you know, with Mark Boyle being withdrawn from the events. So that's both of them looking, you know, Dylan Stanfield and Kieran Kay probably both not really expecting to get through the winner's side, but it's a big chance for both of them to get through, maybe get a good draw and qualify for tomorrow.
That's it, and it's the last 16 proper tomorrow, so everybody coming back is already in the money. Some changes that the tournament directors have made, which you can maybe argue for the better. Some guys having to travel 2 days in a row.
I think it's definitely better. You know, you can travel for your one game and you end up not getting any money for it.
Definitely.
But the disadvantage is that you could be finishing here at 11 o'clock at night and then having to travel back for 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. But I think if you're happy and know that you're getting money, then you'll be happy to travel back for tomorrow.
You're going to be looking at whoever's made it to that 16 spot. When you look at this field, the guys that have made it to the last 16 tomorrow are all going to either be in great form or right top players, and it's bound to be an absolute phenomenal day. So, I mean, anybody that wins these, I'm listening to some of the guys, Scott Gillespie the other night, he's like, this is basically becoming a major. The Saltire events are majors because the players that's in them, it's no joke, it's all top players. So,
you know, you've got the likes of Chris Mellon came through, you know, Chris Slack, good player and he's just dispatched him 7-1. And
one of the best one-frame players in the game. And you know, Slack will go and play for any team. I used to argue that team players are different to the individual player, and I know it's the individual playing for the team, but it just seems to bring the best out in some people. Slack's one of the guys, but if he could take that one-frame mentality into every single frame he plays in a match, it'd be really hard to beat.
Definitely. You know, and then you've got all the guys like Gav Robinson, Mark Farnsworth, all of them travelling up.
Jack Whelan,
Clint Jansen, you know, it's the top IPA pros.
Yep,
you know,
it's incredible.
And with McGoldrick's now hosting 2 IPA events here this year.
Right, that's going to be special as well.
Are
you in any of these, Finlay? Have you entered any?
Not yet, no. I might look to one of the qualifiers for one of the one that's in June. You know, there's a couple of qualifiers being run out at McGoldrick, so I might see if I can enter one of them. And I'm not too sure what I'm doing. I'm in Glasgow, but I might not be in Glasgow over summer. I might go home with uni being finished and stuff like that. So we'll see closer to the time.
Yep.
See. No, definitely look to enter the IP events that are in here, and
that would be good.
The Saltire events that are in here as well, and here in players.
Yep.
But I'm not allowed in the select series. I've been banned from that one. So
there's a few slipped through. I'm looking at the draw there. Jack Whelan sticks out to me against Michael Bissett.
Yeah,
now, I don't know if Michael's watching, but he knows I know him very well. We've had a couple of matches together, and he should not be in that, but he slipped through the net.
No, I don't mind.
No, that's it.
I'll take it as a compliment. No, but
I remember a few times I put my name forward for tournaments thinking, they'll never let me in this. And when they let me in, I took it as a right dig in the gut.
Don't rate you.
I take it as a compliment.
Yeah, so look to enter some of the Saltire series later in the year. Hopefully have a good showing in the IMs the first one next week as well.
I can't even remember who I played in that, but I know I didn't play well and didn't make it to it, but
Martin Shades, was it?
Oh, so it was. Oh, that was a nightmare.
Martin Shades is, you know, a top player.
Martin played really well, and although I don't want to sound that he got really lucky, but he really did get some serious luck on the night. But the tables were brand new, reclothed, and I loved them when they're like that. But it was like Martin didn't know what he was doing, but all of a sudden the black kept going down, and I'm thinking, what? It was just one of the crazy nights. He deserved to win. I probably didn't play as well as I could have, but. That's right, and fair play to Martin.
But you know, Glasgow, it's a very hard area to qualify out of for just five places. I think Glasgow have got. You know, and there is some. You look down, you could easily have 15-20 boys could qualify for the IMs out of Glasgow.
No, definitely. It is a tough place to qualify. I mean, it's a mini tournament, obviously, trying to qualify for these. Whether you're in Aberdeen, Glasgow, Dumfries, but. Really, I used to take it as a massive kind of boost to the confidence if I could qualify through Glasgow.
Definitely.
Every single time, and I looked at some of the draws, and you'd think, but it didn't really matter. If I looked down at each section, there would always be tough draws. So anybody that qualifies, I know there's a few areas like that now, especially like Falkirk, Ayrshire, all these kind of places have got some right good players, and it's no easy in some of the sections. But qualifying for Glasgow's always been tough. So you've done the first part, mate. You just need to go on now. And who do you play? Do you know the draw?
I don't think the draw's done till
Monday.
Is it not done?
So all right.
No, but obviously, like I didn't enter them last year. I was away last year, so I'm coming in as a unranked player. So it's always going to be hard coming up against one of the top boys that have qualified. You know, I can only play one of the top 64 that are in it. So there's not going to be any easy games, even when you qualify out of. There's no easy games from there.
No, it's definitely. I mean, it's the kind of events you want to go and play in. I think, having these on our doorstep. I know for a lot of people, it's a lot of money. But to play against some of the best players in the world, and then the IMs play against the best guys in Scotland, who are some of the best players in the world, great events to be in. Ryan did well there in that frame, had it in toast for a long time and eventually took it out.
Yes.
Morgan 2-0 up now. Scott Higgins 5-1 on Davy Markey.
Well, it looks like Ryan's got his break going finally, because that's what
it.
cost him early
Yeah.
on. It was,
What a break that is.
you know, for Wade sitting in his chair now, that the misses in the early frames have got to be playing on his mind. You know, he should be queuing the case and having some lunch, getting ready for the next round. But
Do you know, that's one of the things, I mean, I don't know what it's been like for you, Finlay, but I used to sit in my chair in these moments. If I'm Wade, even 5-4 up, and I'd be sitting cursing myself for the frames that I should have won, maybe could have won. And people will say to you over and over and over, listen, let it go, just move on to the next one, the next shot, the
it's one
next
of the
frame.
hardest things to do, isn't
Yep,
it? You
very
know,
much.
You can forget about it, and then you're down on a similar shot, and all of a sudden that mess pops back in your head,
Yep.
and you're like, oh no. But, you know, I think if Wade loses this game from where he was and from here,
He'll be
that's
gutted.
going to be a right kick in the teeth.
I mean, Ryan's absolutely class, there's no doubt, but if Wade, I think he's probably too long in the tooth to let it bother him that he's made the mistakes. He'll just be wanting another opportunity, but
Yeah.
there's obviously bigger and better players than me that's probably took it hard after they've had the chances and not taken them, so that'll be the thing for Wade here, just to make sure that he keeps ahead, waits on his opportunity. I mean, Ryan's had a great break here, maybe one awkward red. I don't think he'll have much bother on these, to be honest.
I think we should be pretty straightforward for Ryan. But, you know, okay, it's double elimination, you get your second chance, but there's still top players in that in the losers section, race to 5. You know,
That's
me
the
and
big
Ludo were
thing.
saying earlier that you lose the first 2 frames and all of a sudden you're right up against it.
Some of the first round ties have been absolutely epic, but that's the thing, one of them's dropped into that loser section, or the one loss section as some people call it. Ryan's trying to kick that out. I don't think he had to.
Yeah, that's a mistake. You know, I think the loser of this game plays Chris Taunton.
There you go. And Chris has recently started working with none other than Alan Reynolds. Obviously a top snooker player, Chris, professional snooker player, getting into the pool game, and probably none better than Alan Reynolds. Renzi is obviously a great pool coach, and we might see Chris's game go from strength to strength over maybe the coming year.
Yeah, definitely. He had a tough result against Billy Neal. I'm not too
Yep.
sure. Billy Neal,
Billy-
7-1 earlier this morning.
Did he actually beat him
7-1?
7-1?
Yeah, it was
Well, that's-
done pretty quick.
If somebody asked me before that to pick a winner, and I've played Billy actually a few times later. I played him in it might have been the IPA one in December, the Masters, and I don't know if I played him in the Scottish and also the last Saltire. No, sorry, it was a King of the Hill match, and we've had a right few good matches. Billy's a great player. He's got a table in the house. He's got one table with disc golf, one table with superfine. He's got the conditions to play in any major tour if he wants to.
Yeah.
He is a good player. He probably would have had himself second favourite against Chris, just because Chris can go on these kind of break this kind of. But that's a good result. But I'm not overly surprised. Billy is a really good player.
Good recovery shot there by Ryan. Played a long one to come back around the
Yep.
table. He's got a chance. Well, he's back in position to
And he's
give
given
himself
himself
a
a slight angle here, so I wonder if he can just get enough of it. I'm surprised in the first place that he's tried to move it. If he's thought he was perfect to just screw up the table into it, but
it's one of them. You hit the slightly side of the
Yep.
bag and you find the gap and you're like, how have I done that? But again, I thought you might be just okay.
He
But
may-
I thought you might have just punched up the table, you
Yep.
know. And
he's actually ended up really fortunate here because he can drop this in bag weight. I don't think he can do much else, to be honest, or he'd risk missing it, but
yeah, it's drop it in and then leave yourself the one to the top right
Yep.
to just try and leave yourself a shot in the black. But
he didn't like it in the first place towards the middle. So that's the only element
he's tried
of
to
doubt.
move it
Yep,
twice,
yep.
and he's now still having to. He's made it awkward for himself, and he's still playing the same shot.
Yep, and you can see that he's obviously not going to be in a hurry to get down and play it, but I still don't think he's overly convinced.
There's
This
a lot
won't
of
be
pressure
easy.
as well. 'Cause
Yep.
you miss this. There's not really a hard yellow on the
No.
table. You know, you've got maybe one on the side cushion, but there's a ball right there to
Yeah.
knock it out. Yeah, just
perfect.
pocket weight. Let gravity take over from
I honestly don't know why he didn't just play on it in the first place. He had obviously the red that he's flicked, but he would have had that to roll in.
He's made the finish harder because he's
Yep.
put this red on the side cushion.
That's it. He's going to have to bang this in.
Yeah.
Unless he takes the black in the bottom. But I'd be surprised if he doesn't screw past it for the middle.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Did it well.
Yeah, well taken out there by Ryan, but like we say, we definitely made it harder for himself.
It's one of the finishes I'm talking about. I mean, you're sitting in your chair thinking, I might get a chance here. I might get back to the table. He's all over the place.
He's just teased him sitting in his chair.
Some of these guys are just so good that leave them anywhere in the table, they'll still take them out, and that's just the standard of the game these days.
Well, Morgan McInnes has gone 3-0 up on table 8.
Morgan absolutely flying.
And he's got a chance here off Gav's break. You know, if you can win this one 4-0 up against Gav Robinson, you couldn't have wished for a better start.
Unbelievable.
John McDermott back to 5-4 as well. That's been a nip and tuck game. It's been quite a cagey one from what I've seen. You know, there's not been any good finishes. It's all been, you know, tucking them up in behind balls. But
I noticed in Bridlington, Johnny, he's got that side to his game. I'd always seen maybe on the stream and the unders kind of tournaments, even the Saltires and numerous other money matches and stuff that he's played. He's obviously a right good player. But I did see that side to him in Bridlington. There was quite a few frames. He decided to just tap the pack and just slowly play himself into them. And he's got that. He takes his time, kind of thinks about everything.
Yeah, he's moved to is it Shooters in Kilmarnock? I think he plays out of now. He's moved from the Central Ayrshire over to Kilmarnock this season.
It's a hotbed for pool these days, eh?
Yeah.
Gio, Mark McAllister.
Yeah. Even some of the
Graham Sillers.
Ones, yeah, you know, Jordan Templeton.
Jordan, Lee Killen, obviously, who's originally from that area.
Lee in the A-team for Malta as well, I think, isn't he?
That's a great achievement for Lee if you're on listening. I know you don't get to play much pool away down south, but the A-team, you better find a table, mate.
Yeah, I know, it's tough standard. You know, I remember watching some of the games there. Obviously, there's a big difference in standard between the top teams and the not so great teams. But when you're playing the teams out England, Wales, you know, it's one frame pool. You know, the lag. We were talking about the lag earlier on the stream, and how it's maybe a part of the game that a lot of players don't.
You take it for granted, don't you?
But when you're playing the top players in one frame pool, if you lose that lag by a millimetre, that could be the only shot you get.
It's mad. I mean, obviously every table's slightly different. If you consider down in Bridlington, every table was a black ball elite, and there was a brand new 861 cloth on it. So although they'd all be slightly different, they would all be pretty close. So if you got a feel for the lag early, maybe even tried to consider taking note of how hard or how slidey the cushions were, stuff like that. I don't remember me ever doing that. I mean, I think I lost a fair amount of lag throughout that week, and it is so important, massively important. And I can't imagine walking into a building and watching somebody practicing a lag, because quite honestly every table is going to be different that you play on, but it is massive these days, massive.
You know, if you can get a break that works for you on the table at a big event, that can be the difference between you winning and getting knocked out in the quarterfinals.
Definitely. We've ended up in the B1s. We got beat off with Wales, and that was we were 7 each, and then it was dish, and obviously we're having a chat about it. We need to get better at lagging. Well, we need to win the lags, and wasn't much you could do there except win the lag. And I think the word lag was used 4 or 5 times, not in a bad way, just showed you how important it was. You know what I mean? We've ended up losing that match, not because, I mean, obviously these guys are quality players anyway, but it's just
you're not giving yourself to even get a foothold in the frame, because if you can get a ball, even if the balls aren't there for the finish, you can get control. You can get the better set, put them in a snooker, tie a ball up, something like that. You know, it's massive.
Absolutely massive.
At least you're making your opponent work to win the frame.
Getting your hand on the table. It's one of the things Elliot Sanderson speaks about. He's seen me quite reactive to things that I can't control, and maybe somebody misses, but doesn't leave you anything. Misses, leaves you snookered, and it could be a black that they've missed and left you quite awkward. And he was saying to me one day, well, the alternative is you're beat. So you should be just happy that you're getting
you're
back to
happy
the
to
table.
get back to the table. You know, at least you, even if you don't leave anything a bash, someone might go in and might go
That's
safe.
it.
You never know.
It's definitely changed my outlook on some of that stuff. Still can be quite reactive when there's a lot of luck going against you, as we all can, but that's that thing, as you say, mate. If you win the lag and you get a chance to go to the table, even if it's not easy, there's not a finish, you can always affect the frame. That was a bad shot from Ryan there. He's tried to play the red in off the yellow, but instead he's knocked the yellow down. If that plants Wade might have a chance, it doesn't, obviously, he'd be playing it, but
They're not tap-ins, as you would say, but there's only one half bad ball, and if you can land on it or kick it out, then
it looks as if Wade will fancy these. He'll definitely fancy taking them. (5-2) to Scott Higgins against Davy. Davy's got another one on the board. I've just noticed that there. It's probably a while ago, but Scott's on a black. I can see through the tables, guys, so he's missed it. I know it's not on any of the TV screens, but some tasty matches.
Even some of the ones that are going to be on the streams later, you know, Vince Kenny, Barry Lynn, that could be that's going to be a good game on table 9 in the next session. Dunster versus Andy Crosdale.
Unbelievable.
You know, first round of an event and you're getting ties like this.
I think that's why Scott was alluding to it. Scott Gillespie saying it's basically a major, because to win this you're going to need to beat some of the top players. End of story. There's no, even if you get a decent first round draw, there isn't a, and even saying decent, I mean, that's a great shot. What a shot that is. He's cut that in the middle from the top of the table. Absolutely class.
You've got to be taking these from here.
Yeah, Ryan will be kicking himself now, but Wade's it wasn't easy the way he landed there, right in the top cushion, had to cut the yellow back into the middle. He's obviously played it in such a way that if he misses, he's covering the red, but what a shot.
Well, you were saying earlier Farnsworth is going to be travelling up, but he's just pulled out.
Oh, has he pulled out completely?
Jim Meikle's got the walkover in the loser's side, so that's definitely opened the loser's side up. You know, we'd have had either Anton or Mark Farnsworth in there. Now you've got none of them in the loser's side. You've got to be, if you're in that section, you've got to be thinking you've got a wee chance to come back through and get yourself in there with a chance of qualifying for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's incredible. So Jim Meikle's obviously through. And how does that work? So for instance, me or Anton play and we lose our next game, we wouldn't be near that part of the section then, would we?
You'd be in the other half of the section. Other half. So so obviously the winner of you and Anton would qualify for the last 32. The loser would play Shug.
Right.
That's in the losers qualification. So
was that Shug's second game?
Yeah.
So he lost to Kieran.
And then because there's been walkovers already.
Right. So he's obviously had a walkover in the...
He would have... he would have played Mark Boyle.
Right, okay.
So Mark Boyle obviously withdrew, so...
Well, Shug and Anton should be having a ding-dong with each other, because I need to make sure I get through it.
And you never know, you might end up playing the winner of that in the last 32 with the 16 winners playing the 16 qualifiers.
That's right, so it is.
You know, it's always interesting to see, you know, it doesn't matter where you qualify from, there's always going to be some tasty games in the last 32 proper.
Well, Wade getting that, taking the yellows out like we thought he would. Played a great shot, a couple of good shots in that finish. He had to move the yellow, it was dead in the top left-hand side of the table, but Ryan will be kicking himself there.
Scott obviously got back to the table after that missed black against Davy. It's now 6-2.
Oh dear. It's one of these things, maybe. I mean, Davy will just be looking to play himself into the tournament. He's using a new cue, getting a nice feel for it. I mean, we all know how good Davy is anyway. He's just won the Glasgow Singles League.
had a good, great performance there. Won, what was it, 9 out of 11, I think he won, you know.
I've managed to draw with him in a classic 6 each. Probably the worst game of pool the twos I've ever played. Well,
that makes both of us then, because I played Davy and it was honestly, I think we started at 8:45. We were the last session on, and it must have been almost 11 o'clock before we get out of here. It was one of the worst games. Well, it wasn't the worst game, but it was one of them. There was no finishes.
Yeah,
there was no 5 ball or more finishes. It was all pot a ball, tuck someone up, or play safe, cover a pocket. You know, I felt mentally drained after. You know, it was only a couple hours, but it was just one of them that, because there was no finishes, every shot you had to be so precise and make sure that you didn't mess it up. You got over the line 7-5. You know, I helped him win the league by giving him that frame. You know, but no, it's like you say, it's a tough standard, that league.
No, definitely. I mean, I was that game with Davey. We chipped frame after frame back and forward to each other. It was probably up there with some of the worst pool that both of us have played. But I was sitting, I think, third bottom 2 weeks ago and ended up finishing fourth. Took that as a massive confidence booster, but especially heading into these events. But Davey, yourself, Barry Thompson, Aldo, I mean Colin, it's just the standard is, and it's
even Robert Stevenoff -2.
Exactly.
You know,
Robert's a danger to anybody. That's what Paul Corrigan was saying. So if Robert dishes the first 2 frames, and it's possible that he can dish the first 5 frames, I mean the first 2, that you're in a hell of a match. And I had a couple of nightmares early on. My head was absolutely wrecked with, I don't know what was happening. I felt as if I'd went back 10 years in my pool game. Honestly, that's how bad it felt, Finlay. And I was gifting matches after losing 1 or 2 frames. I would have been as well shaking hands, you know. I was just handing frames over. And
like you say, I remember you were down the bottom, and then I know you had games in hand, but then you came good right at the end and managed to come fourth. So
it was just finding a wee bit of form. That's it, and getting comfortable with the game again. But Davey will not take this to heart too much, because I think he's got a good attitude, Davey, isn't he? I mean, we all call him solid here. He's one of the guys. He doesn't flinch. If he makes a mistake, he just keeps going. If he misses a pot, he doesn't seem to show much emotion. I wonder if he's one of the guys that gets home and wrecks a house. You know what I mean? We don't see it, but he must go a bit crazy sometimes.
Get back in the car and he starts slapping himself about.
Nah, he's missed again there.
He's a class player, as we've seen throughout this year. Last year, you know, with the event down in Blackpool, he had a great run in that, had a chance, but
he's never far away.
No, I think he's one of them. See if he managed to get the time off work and could enter all of the events, he could be one of the top players around.
Definitely. That's massive, isn't it? The time. I mean, you look at obviously the top guys. Most of them, this is what they do, and if they
own a club or something like that, and they can just take the time off whenever they want. But you know, Davey with work, you know. But like we say, in the events he has entered, and he's had a good run in them. You could just see that if he could play in all the events, he could easily be, you know, if he could enter the IPA amateur one year, you could easily see him come through, get far in a lot of the events, maybe even win one.
100%. He's just solid. That's it. I must have said that a million times when somebody asked me to describe Davy Market pool. Solid. He's just nothing. You won't see him fizzing crazy shots around the table and doing anything crazy, but he's just lost there. I think that's the match done. So 7-2. Scott Higgins, he's another class act. Ryan needs to get these to give us a
first
decider.
First hill of the day, maybe.
It looks like it.
Yeah, we've not had a 6 each yet. What better time to have it on the stream?
That's it. And it's going to be 6-all.
Realistically, shouldn't have had the chance.
Gary McLeish and Johnny might get us there as well. Ryan knocks the black in.
Wade with the break, though. He's been breaking very well in the game.
He's going to need one of these big breaks, and he better not get one of these monster breaks and nothing goes. How many times have you done that?
At Brid. The amount of times you found that you were breaking the pack almost too well, you were hitting them too nice, and everything just clattered into each other, and all of a sudden you're like, oh well, I'm just going to sit down, put the cue away, and
that'll be that frame over. Tony McCartan 4-2 down to Scott Dunbar. Stuart McCart 3-1 up in Billy Reid. That's a good game as well. Scott Rorty 1 each with David Gillis. Jack Williams took the first frame against Michael Bissett. Ludo, the guy that was in here, the poker guy that was in commentating for you all, he's 1-0 down to Nathan Hunter.
oh, he's hit them a bit funny. But he's
that
always
yellow's
that yellow's
go.
gone in, yeah. But it's not a nice table for the finish though. This could be a frame that goes a bit scrappy.
It's the kind of break if Ryan wasn't getting to the table he wanted to see.
Yeah.
The amount of times I've said that, and then next thing I'm shaking the guy's hand, wondering how he's ended up finishing it. But
no, you look like he put his shoulder into that a bit much and just almost chicken winged it. But he's got a ball. Like you say, at least it gives him control of the table. Can put Ryan in a world of bother.
maybe screw up the table and play a snooker. Yeah.
If he can get this right in behind the red here, this could be not curtains for Ryan, but it can put him needing to pull out a great shot just to even get back to the table. Yeah,
that's a good snooker. I fancy Ryan to get a hit, but
yeah, it's all about where he can leave it. That doesn't give him a chance to either go for it or get in behind them that red again. Because with the red staying up next to it, if you run out of options, you can always go back up table and play the same shot again.
I think Wade was hoping to weld him right in, so that he couldn't just go one cushion here. But
see, I'm not too much of a fan of that shot because he's developed his only bad red. I think all the reds go now.
I think he had two cushion, top, side cushion, and down towards the two yellows.
Yeah, I thought he would have played to ones that are around the middle of the table on the left-hand side, but
I mean, when I seen him go on one cushion, obviously that's the only ball he could have played then, because I didn't think he could go that way to start with. But
I thought if he was playing it that way, he might have just played it to roll onto it, so he's at least not opening Wade's red that's half tied up, because
very, very surprised at that. But I mean, it's still not easy here. These reds aren't easy. But Wade, if that red goes next to the black, which I think it does, then Wade, I think he was hoping to be better on this red so that he could play the one in the middle next. But
yeah, he might need to come off the side cushion and then play it to the same corner pocket. But controlling that, if he doesn't get far enough, then he's not going to be on any of the other reds. He knows that the only advantage of playing the shot Ryan played was that he's got the yellow out of there, and he's now gone, well, if you don't finish it, I am. Yep,
definitely. Ryan's now sitting in his seat knowing the next time he gets to the table, the chances are, if he gets to the table, he'll finish it.
Yeah, it's either going to be shake the hand or I'm favourite. Well, Johnny McDermott's gone 6-5 up on Gary McLeish in table 9 on one of the other stream tables. But that's gone a bit wrong.
Gary's in trouble. He's in all sorts of trouble.
Maybe got the long red to the right corner, but
that wasn't a very clever shot by Gavin Robinson, if anybody's on that game.
But Wade's played that well. He's managed to come through the gap and land on the red.
Brilliant shot.
I think he's maybe got to just leave the plant. Could he just leave the plant to the two reds that's on the left-hand side there?
Yep.
Because I don't know, I can't really tell if the red goes to the middle, possibly, the one that's next to the black. If
I think that looks tight. I mean, I don't know how much of an angle he's got here, if he can screw off the cushion and back out. No, he's going to play exactly what you said, Finlay. He's going to have to play the offset plan.
Maybe try and hope that the red goes far enough across, you can play it to the other corner and then come back up the table for the red to the left corner again. But this is the key shot, I think. If you can get this and land on a nice angle to get back up the table for the last red, then that should be that. But
this is a massive shot because the yellows are probably as good as anybody can ask to get a visit back to the table. The black's obviously a bit awkward, but he's got so many balls in good areas. And I think the black might go in the top corner as well, depending. If it's touching the red, it might not, but He's not going to try and play that cut back, surely.
That's mental if he does in a decider. That's one that you do
Yeah.
messing about
Yeah.
on a Tuesday night before your league game.
Exactly, because the only ball that keeps him in the frame right now, if he does miss this, is the red next to the black. So he's playing the plan.
Played that well. Yeah, I think he's got just enough angle just to get back up the table.
He might be able to make the angle a bit better by playing it in off the yellow as well. So
I think if you can land, if you can put the white on the blue spot, anywhere in the blue
Yeah.
spot, then you're laughing.
this is a big chance, Wade. What are you going to do, mate? He's run it off too. He's played that fantastic. He's just short.
Just a bit short, but
It's a good effort.
obviously you can play the cut to the left corner, but where's the black? The black's going to be pushed to the side cushion.
Yeah.
White's going to be coming round the table, but I think the way the black is, there's no chance of a double for the corner.
No, that's.
I think you just got to pot the red in the corner.
I didn't
Bring
even
the white round the
consider.
table.
I didn't even consider him playing it that way. I'm thinking he's going one cushioning down. If he had that angle, he really could have played right towards the yellows.
Yeah.
Um,
Could have just, like we said, just played off the top cushion, one cushion,
Yeah.
and then played up the line of the yellows.
'cause
But
even if he comes past ever so slightly, he's always going to have a shot. It's.
I think you've just
He's
got
played a good shot. He's a wee bit unfortunate. He's just not hit it. But
you've just got to focus on the pot and see where they end up. Now you're hopefully going to leave yourself a shot in the black, but has he got away with that?
he's
I
on
don't
it.
know does it go fast?
Can he go?
Not too
I
sure
don't
if it
think he
goes-
can go cushion first here. So maybe cross double it down in the
across
big bag.
into the big bag. You know, it's a big shot at 6 each.
Well, he's beat if he misses
Well,
it.
exactly. I'd rather be sitting here than having to.
No, definitely. That's Mr. Slackiskin here on the camera.
If it's that tight, I don't think there's any point in playing
No.
it there. You know, if you flick the yellow, you're beat. At least if you miss the double by a big enough margin that you might catch the yellow and it might go in, or at least if you hang the bag.
He's not even looked at the double yet. He might be having a wee glance now. I think that's the first he's had a look. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no chance of the double kiss as well, so it's just get the angle right and hope you either miss it by far enough that it goes off the yellow or you get it.
I think it's definitely the shot here, Finlay. He's got to play the double. He looks at.
Playing the back kick? No. See, I don't like that because now Ryan's got unlimited nudges.
That's mad. I mean, if he played it in such a way where maybe he knocks the yellow down the cushion first, knock the yellow down a bit and cover that, then he's at least.
But now if you're Ryan, well, I would be nudging the two yellows in the middle of the table, saying, well, if you hit it, you're going to move the black away from the
100%.
yellow, or you're going to give me two shots, and I've got roll-ins from there.
I mean, Wade now needs a massive error from Ryan. Ryan can just touch these balls out.
He either needs a massive error or to play a great shot next and leave him touching ball in behind the black, you know. But on these tables, judging the pace of that's going to be, you're either going to, you're probably going to overhit it and leave him on everything, but.
That's a crazy shot from Wade. But listen, he might know better than us. Maybe he's got a plan. I don't know what the plan is, but maybe he's got a plan.
To me, he's just put himself in a world of pain.
He has. He's made life. I mean, maybe it's one of the things where if he goes for the double, like, I mean, I would have 100%, 100 times out of 100. But if he goes for it and misses, he's beat. Right now, he's sitting in his chair and he's not beat yet. So maybe, I mean, if he goes and plays the double, doesn't get it, he's the one that's made that mistake. Is he hoping that Ryan then goes and makes a mistake?
But I suppose the way I would always look at it is you've not even given yourself a chance to win the frame.
Exactly, that's it. So you've played not to win it, you've tried not to lose it, and it's 6 each.
And I think it kicked me more knowing that I had a chance to go for it and not missed it. Because I've missed the pot then, but Whereas here now, Ryan's just going to tip tap until he gets 2 shots, and there you go.
I think he's about to get 2 shots because where the Blacks ended up, I don't think he can hit it from the underside, so I don't see any route. He can go 1 cushion, that's what he's looking at right now. If he gets this right, by all means, it's a brilliant shot, but he must have always expected to be snookered.
To be fair, I think the double was an easier shot than what he's looking at here.
100 and, I know people say 110%. You can only really get 100% of anything, but this is a touch of madness from Wade. He might be regretting it, unless he absolutely nails this, and then he will tell us we were the ones that were wrong.
Johnny McDermott on the other table, 6-5 up, got a couple of balls over the pockets in the black in the middle of the table for the win. Here we go, here's Wade's attempt. No, that looks yellow. Yeah,
It wasn't a bad effort, it was never easy, but
now
I think the party will be over pretty soon. He's got to be kicking himself for that. He can't seriously be thinking that what he's done is right. He's too good a player for that.
And with the chances he's had at 3-0 and 3-1 up, realistically he should have won this game 7-2.
Yeah. The thing is, he might actually look back, Finlay, at the fact that obviously this frame, that shot there at the end, we're kind of doubting maybe his motives for playing that shot there, trying not to lose rather than win it, but he might be going away thinking, listen, I should have finished it and had the game done a lot earlier than that, so that frame's as far away to the back of my mind as possible. There's a lot bigger chances and better chances I had early on, so sometimes you get what you deserve, but
well, these yellows here, a player of Ryan Fleming's calibre these should be done and dusted.
It's only really the 2 yellows at the bottom right corner that are slightly off, but I mean, he's not going to have any problems dealing with these. Famous John Joe Kirkpatrick with a new haircut has just showed up. This is 6 each here. Ryan Fleming, Wade Molly. Me, I won 7-1.
7-1. Where'd you get now?
Anton Riley.
Beat the famous Mark Farnsworth.
Aye, I know. A bottle of water. Got a drink? It's not very often John Joe turns up in McGoldrick's and starts buying people drinks, so I helped myself to a lovely bottle of water. Morgan 4-1 up, guys, on Gavin Robinson. I know if you're watching the Ryan Fleming Wade Molly match, which obviously we're commentating on, you won't be seeing that game, but there has been a couple of errors from Gav that I've seen looking up at the screen, but he's on a red for a black in the middle right now to go 4-2, so that game's got a lot of pull left in it. Gav straight on the black now. Ryan now with 3 easy yellows to send Wade into the loser section.
He's left that a bit thinner than he would have wanted, but still, you should be seeing him taking these away, no problem.
You still take the one in the middle here, Finlay? Up and down the table, or would you take the one in the top now?
I still think the middle. I think if you're playing the one to the corner, you could end up in the same position where you're in now if you overhit it. Yeah, just
he's played that in a nice wee bit aside there just to make sure. Good shot.
Yeah, and that's that. Probably a bit of a let off for Ryan getting through this game.
These can sometimes be the kind of matches that you end up sneaking them and then go on a bit of a run.
Well, exactly, so you're always going to have one bad game in a tournament.
Definitely.
And if you can get that out the way early and come through it, then that's 7-6 Ryan there.
As you can see, guys, Liam Dunster walking to the stream table. He'll be up next. Who did you say Liam was playing?
Andy Croasdale.
Andy Croasdale. What a match this will be.
Ryan Fleming plays Billy Neal now.
Ryan and Billy Neal.
In the last 32 of the winner's side. Stuart McCulloch's moved 5-2 up on Billy Reid now on one of the outside tables. He'll be hoping for a bit of a run as well. top player.
Billy's a right good player as well. He probably just doesn't play enough these days. Very, very talented. But Stuart, Scotland A team the last couple of times, I think, and he's a good player as well. Stuart, another one for the kind of Ayrshire area.
Won the deathmatch event, didn't he,
So he
last
did,
year
that's
as well,
right.
with your famous hyping commentary last year.
That's right. Oh my God. That was the shot. Ryan played the back kick off 2 cushions. Ryan Davey and Stuart McCulloch played that deathmatch final. £10,000 first prize. That was an epic. I mean, it was unbelievable, to be honest, the excitement. That was probably one of the. I mean, I'm not exactly a seasoned commentator, but that was one of the best commentary moments I've ever had in my short commentary career.
Are you playing in any of them this year?
Well, I've started running some of the qualifiers in the Gartcraig, and I'm just awaiting a few other bodies to get to the final 8 to try and qualify for the. So definitely, I've always tried to help Stevie as well. So I think it's a right good concept. I know it can be a bit long and draining, but for him to try and raise the kind of capital to make the £10,000 first prize, it takes a lot of pull throughout the year.
So especially, the one frame format, you can't be 50 quid in,
No,
but
exactly.
It's an entry, it gives you a 1,000 to 1 chance.
Exactly.
I couldn't even punt on a 1,000 to 1 chance to win the Grand National later.
Exactly. And the one frame thing, I spoke to a few people about it. There's a guy for the pub. Although he plays a wee bit of pool, he is technically just a guy that plays pool in one of the pubs, and he's ending up in the final 8 of the first one, the £3,000 one, and one frame shootouts. Anybody's got a chance.
Exactly. You can win 4 frames, qualify for the final.
Yep.
Then win 4 more frames, and you've got a chance of winning £10,000. If you can win your first couple of games in the qualifying sort of section, it just helps yourself from later on.
Now, what a match this is going to be, guys. Belhaven, Scottish Saltire, Series Event 2. A few of the sponsors there: RJM Sports, Onboard Sportswear, Belhaven Scottish Cuesports streaming. Stevie Walker in the box, Finlay Anderson. And this is likely to be a right good game. 2 slightly different kinds of players. Liam doesn't make many mistakes. Andy quite fluent. Should be a good one. Johnny won that match, didn't he? Johnny got 7-5.
Yeah. Ludo back to 2 each. Keith Robertson leading Jim Haddon 3 frames to 2.
Keith, I know Keith. I'm not sure who Jim Haddon is.
Looks like a good game on one of the outside table. Scott Dunbar now 5-4 up on Tony McCartan.
Or
6-4. He's just gone up a bit late and putting the score up there.
2 good players. Scott won. Did he not win?
He won the seniors event.
So he
didn't
did,
yeah. In Dunster with the men's.
Yep.
That was a good couple of singles titles there for Scotland to go with the multiple team events they won as well.
Scott's won. I think he's won a few of the Scottish seniors events as well. He's always in the mix.
Definitely a player that could easily put on a good run here, and obviously he's not going to be one of the favourites to win the event.
No,
but
he's definitely capable.
You can easily see him putting a wee run to the quarterfinals or something like that.
Definitely. I'm trying to get myself past that last 16 stage. Keep telling myself if I get by the last 16, I'll win it. Then you look at the rest of the names in the draw and say, well, as you said earlier, Finlay, a race to 7. The break's massive. You get yourself a chance. I mean, you're going to get chances against these guys as well at times. If you don't get chances, there's nothing you can do, and that's the same when all these top guys bump into each other. But when you do get them, you need to take them, and that's just the gravity of this kind of pool now. It's just incredible. The standard is just incredible, and watching it, playing in it,
But these events as well, okay, you've got all the top names playing in them, but obviously it's unseeded, and some of the first round ties we've had have been absolutely ridiculous. They could even be, finals, a IPA final of these events, and you could end up with not an easy draw, but
No.
for the standard of players in this event, you could get yourself a nice draw to get to the last 16, and then, like you say, once you get to wages day, if you're there, you've got yourself a chance to pick up the prize money at the end of the day.
That's it. It's the majors. That's it. I mean, I probably couldn't put it any better. Gibbsy hit the nail on the head. If you win one of these, it's like winning one of the major tournaments. You've got certain guys that play Ultimate coming up from certain guys in the IPA, some of the best players in Scotland, loads and loads of top pros, great amateurs, loads of international players, and it's loads of guys that have won titles at different levels as well, whether it's the young guys under 23s and stuff that have won team titles, individual titles, yourself. It's just, the quality's incredible, and you win one of these, even getting to the last 16, I know you say you can get some good draws, but once you get to the last 32, you're likely to be playing somebody. You're likely to be playing somebody, regardless of if they've come through the loser section. It's likely to be a right good player that you're walking into. So even in making it to the last 16, you're going to have to beat somebody good, one or two good players regardless. So Morgan 5-2 up.
That's not a massive shock, that, but
no.
On paper, Gav would have been the favourite at the start of that match.
That's one of Morgan's strengths. I think he's got that swagger where he's just going to go and play the balls anyway. That kind of helps when you've got someone like Ross McInnes as your old boy. He's definitely somebody that you could lean on for any kind of. Well, I'm guessing that he gives him some help, but I know Renzi's obviously been his kind of main coach. Ross probably steps back, but I'm pretty sure he's in his ear as often as possible. So,
and then obviously Preston as well coming through.
He's coming on.
Entering these events just going to help him go from strength to strength.
He's going to be a talented boy as well. He already is a talented boy, but he's shown signs that he's going to be very, very good. Liam doing what he does here in this first frame.
Open the balls up, left himself tapping.
I was actually
so effortless, doesn't it?
I was speaking to Jamie Burnett, asking him about how some of these guys, Finlay, will step to the table and get the pace of the table quite quick. Positionally, very rarely are they majorly out of position, chasing the way around the table. Liam's one of these guys, and you can say, but he practices on that cloth. Well, so do a lot of us, but that cloth doesn't stay the same for very long. And he never seems to be chasing the white, running out of position. He seems to have the bounce of the cushions quite quick.
It's almost like he's got a computer brain. You play the first shot and he's like, well, that's the pace of the table, that's it, done.
I've seen one guy that I know personally that does that, Ant Morrison. Couple of shots into the frame, he'll say, this is a bit quick, or it's a bit slower, or I'll need to go maybe 10-20% faster or harder, or whatever it might be. And I'm like, how do you tune your brain in to hit something that, and he goes and does it. It's incredible, and I think he must be up there with that kind of. I've come off so many tables complaining about tables so slow, the cushions were so bouncy. Or Liam never seems to have that problem. So
he started the match in the best possible way with a nice break dash to start with.
I think Andy will just want to keep him away from the table as much as possible.
I think someone like Liam, I don't know if it was with yourself, we were talking about this earlier, but Liam's a player that doesn't mind if he sits in the chair for 10 minutes. You've got players that want to get in a rhythm and constantly at the table, and if you can slow them down or take them off the table for a frame or two, it blows their mind. But Liam will happily sit there and just watch you play for 10 minutes and then come back to the table like like nothing's happened.
His demeanour doesn't change. He doesn't react in any kind of different way. Liam he'll just sit there waiting for his opportunity. And
well, actually, the first time I've seen Liam actually show a bit of emotion was when he was playing the final at the Nations Cup a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
I can't remember if it was the Decisive. It was later on in the match, and he showed just one bit of emotion. And I'm like, that's the first time I've actually seen him throw his hand up or something like that. He played a bad shot, but like you say, he's just one that probably, if Ludo could have a poker face like that, he'd love it.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's it. He's worked at that. I mean, I'm not saying he wasn't born that way, but he's obviously worked at being in that kind of that kind of mood, that kind of attitude that he's got. Now, I'm not saying nothing affects him, but he keeps it in check. He controls it very well. Controlling your emotions, and I suppose in these games, is massive. You've seen Ronnie O'Sullivan couldn't control it, walks off, shakes the hand of Stephen Hendry in maybe the first or second frame of a match, and loads of the top guys have been there. But Liam's, you'd swear he was training with the SAS. He's just, he doesn't seem to flinch. I must admit, it's good to see. I mean, a lot of people complain. I'm not complaining, but I can't watch him. He's robotic. He's this. He's slow. He's that. And I think, doesn't he IPA in a 30-second shot clock? And he does it as well as anybody on it, just because he's not doing anything flashy on the table. But if you're, well, for me personally, I think the way he takes his finishes out pristinely, that's quite flashy to me. Because
there's no, like, obviously you've got the players that'll play the shots around the table and they look great on TV and on Facebook, YouTube and all of that, but you know, they're needing to play them shots. Liam doesn't get in the position that he needs to play them because he's always just absolutely spot on with everything he does. And you can see in the first couple of shots Andy played here, he was kind of chasing the white a wee bit, and obviously it's ended up leaving him that one down the rail. But he's, you know, Dunster in that first finish literally could have just placed the white there. Andy was a bit more, you know, he was a bit close on one, a bit long, you know. He hasn't got the table as quick as Liam has.
Yeah, that's you've hit the nail right in the head there. Absolutely spot on. He's Andy. I mean, a bit like a lot of players the white will be flying around the table. We seen it a minute ago with one of the frames. I think it was Ryan took. It was all over the place, but we ended up getting them in the end. If you would probably set that finish up for a lot of guys, they would maybe end up at a position 3 or 4 times and having to chase the white, whereas you could probably set it up those 3 or 4 times for Liam and he'd probably go the exact same way every single time.
Yeah, I think you always find Liam, you could put a post-it note down on the table and the white would be in there, you know. That was one of the ways, see, when I first started playing, I was maybe on the snooker table,
right.
So, and you know, one of the guys I was playing with was like, right, so you know what you're doing, and to see how you're actually playing, put a piece of paper down and I want the white to be in there. And then you start making that piece of paper smaller and smaller to try and work on your positional game.
That's good. I quite like that. I quite like that. People talk about certain areas and dropping into certain areas. But actually playing, using an area like that, a piece of paper, I quite like that. I've actually, I did a few hours with Renzi one day a wee while ago, and just at the start of the session, he just has you kind of potting balls and trying to drop the white in certain places. So we ended up, we just put the black in an area and played potting a ball on the top, potting in the middle, potting, but always trying to come around and land on the black, not positionally, just the white touching the black or as close to it. Probably quite similar to having a piece of paper on the table, but going and trying to get close to that kind of ball.
That's a bad miss by Liam though. Hit the head on the way past for that yellow.
It must have been very, very tight. It's not like Liam to...
Unexpected miss, that's for sure. You know, I thought when Andy missed that red down the cushion that would be that, and Liam would be putting another frame on the board.
I'm sure Andy felt that as well. He's going to be quite chuffed that he's at the table here on these reds. He'll take these out, and again, that won't bother Liam. He'll dust himself down and go again. It looks as if he's stretching his arm there. I think Andy was just trying to just kind of nudge onto the yellow there, and he's ended up coming past it.
It's not great, you know. Obviously, you've got to come side cushion to get back to the black, but
the white's going to jump here. This isn't easy. Yep, I knew that. He didn't want to overhit it because
again, it's just where do you want that white?
Yep, that's it. Exactly.
It's the positional play twice in this frame that's cost him. And you can't be giving 2 bites to players like Liam Dunster, you know. If you get one, you count yourself lucky.
Yep, that's exactly it. You're very, very lucky at times if you get one visit in a match against Liam when he's actually at the table, and he'll be kicking himself. I've said that a couple of times today, but he did really have a good chance there. 3 reds in the black, sitting pretty open, and he's one bad positional shot, and all of a sudden Liam's back at the table. 1-0 up and a chance to go 2-0 up.
Jack Whalen on the hill against Michael Bissett, 6-1 on one of the outside tables. He's got to be one that could go far in this as well.
Jack's absolute quality. He's a good guy as well. I've seen him down at the EBA single event in Blackpool as well, and he did really well at that. He'll be coming up here expecting to go as far as possible as well. He's one of the top guys in the draw, so some tasty ties to come, I think, in the next few rounds.
Well, assuming he does get over the line from 6-1 up, he plays Gio Edgar in the next round.
There we go.
That's definitely one that's going to be a tasty draw, for that's just to qualify.
Yeah.
One of them again is going to be dropping into the loser section.
Gio was a couple of tables down against Mark McAllister, and young Mark's absolutely class as well. Gio looked as if he was flying. Every time I looked round, he was popping in another black. I was obviously on my table playing, but every time I seemed to blink, he was on another black. So he looked as if he was absolutely flying.
Yeah, 4 dishes in his
Well, there you go.
So he'll take that as a wee return. If you can break 5 times,
Yeah.
4 dishes.
That's a good return. I mean, you get any dish, yeah. I mean, obviously, quite a lot of guys don't seem to use that. I didn't know what that meant. On the Cuesports, guys, if anybody's watching and they see the things on the draws where you see the R and the maybe number 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is, I used to look at it and think, what, round 1, round 4, what is that meaning? But it's actually the run-out. So
I think as well, people who do use it aren't sure whether to just put up like breaking dishes, but apparently from someone who was I can't remember who it was, said that it's a run out. So
breaking dish or a reverse.
Dishes. I've only ever put up the breaking dishes.
Right.
So you see some people, Gio with 4, that could be off his own break. It could well be. He's got a great break, but so does Mark. But Mark does like to leave him.
No, that's right.
Leave them open if he does miss. So, but still, 4 run outs in your 7 you'll take that as a good
definitely.
return. But Dunster giving away 2 off the break there, so chance for Andy to get a foothold in the match at least.
Yeah, Andy's going to need to take these because he won't want to let Liam kick into any kind of lead. The game against Liam's going to obviously be hard enough without giving him any kind of stretch, and Andy's too good, isn't he? He's too good a player he'll know it won't bother him too much, but he'll know he needs to take these.
But I think for his own confidence, the chance that he missed in the last frame, the 2 bites he had, to not take them out, for him to take this out just to give him a bit of confidence going in, because like you say, if Liam gets 3-0 up and then it could just run away, and then all of a sudden, maybe not 10 minutes later with Liam, but maybe 20 minutes later, that could be the game in handshakes.
And that's it. You're absolutely spot on. That bit of confidence, that feeling, knowing that you've just went and took a finish, all of a sudden you're a bit more loose. Concentration level goes up a wee touch, and you're no questioning, doubting some of the shots. Definitely, Andy, if he takes these out, it'll be a big difference in your demeanour. If you step to the table, no matter who you're playing, and you're missing chances that you should take, it's going to affect you. So this will be massive for his confidence. You're spot on. That again, positionally, that's not great.
Yeah, if you want it to be down near where the triangle would be, down where the black spot or the top spot.
The plant doesn't look easy, and it's not going to be easy to hold the white.
Yeah, you're needing to hit the white into one of the yellows there just to even have a chance. Because if you let this white go, there's yellows in the way, and you could even end up near the black. And he's missed that, but he's no position. It's all come from that one bad shot to get down the table again.
That's exactly. I mean, it's strange. I mean, Andy's obviously absolute top draw. It's mad when you're talking about the fact that he's struggling a bit with the white ball. And he's only human. Paddy McAllister's voice, I think we just heard on the stream there. You don't need to have a loudspeaker for him to catch it.
No, he's definitely someone you hear before you see. Again, Liam, even obviously the finish isn't really well, the finish is there, but it's not an easy finish.
No.
But Liam will just be looking to maybe take control of the frame, tuck him up somewhere.
Yeah, he won't be in any hurry to go. That's it's not Liam's way. Just down, go mad. Let's pot these. Let's get him. He'll be looking at any way to make it as awkward as he can, so that he doesn't pounce until it's perfect. He's like a predator.
Almost plays with his food a wee bit, you know.
Yeah, that's
makes
it.
you suffer for missing. Knows that Andy should have taken them reds out.
Yeah,
he's now going to make him suffer.
He's now going to torture him.
The next game on the stream table is going to be a cracker as well. Ross Fernie, Clinton Hansen's been put on the stream next.
Oh, that's a monster tie.
For that just to be in the second round, that's ridiculous. Could easily be the final tomorrow.
Yeah. I think Liam's tried to play that in such a way where he wasn't leaving a total. I think it might be a total snooker, but
yeah,
it's quite clever the way he was trying to play it.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of people always just try and go and give you a total.
Yep.
But the top players will, even if you're snookered, they'll try and leave you touching ball behind that, and then all of a sudden you're the one that's in trouble.
Yep.
You've gone from should be winning the frame and in control to tucked up in behind the red, and
it's mad when you consider that sometimes I've done it myself. You've probably done it, and you sit there and you go, oh, I wish I left him an edge there, because the chance that they can go round the back and leave you stuck in a shot, and that's what Liam was making sure he wasn't doing there. And
especially, you know, with the red where it was, you could leave him the top cushion.
Yep.
It's a fairly straightforward shot to at least leave yourself near.
Christopher Slack and Patrick McAllister. Is that Brian Taylor out there as well? I can only see the back of him, it might not be, but I think it is. Hey, I'm getting abused now by Christopher Slack. Here he comes. You can already hear him anyway, guys, but here he is on the microphone.
If somebody could do me a favour and private message me on Facebook what slander Stevie Walker's been saying about me, because I'm not obviously watching the commentary, so I can't hear him. So just drop me a message, and what we can do is we can live stream the consequences for you guys to see. Thank you. There you go, Stephen.
Oh, if there was ever a time I nearly peed my pants, that was it. That's our Christopher Slack. If anybody doesn't know him, he's the man that makes the Turks very rich.
Had a tough game against Mellon first up this morning, but
I seen I thought Chris Mellon was playing with a 9-ball cue, and I've been led to believe that the company that make his 9-ball cue have made him a cue spec for this game.
We were talking about this earlier, and he's got the one cue that he uses here. He's the same cue he uses for 8-ball, Chinese 8-ball, and snooker, I think. So you use, or is it maybe 9-ball? All three formats that he plays, he uses the same cue, so he's not having to get used to using different cues.
Unbelievable.
It's one of them carbon fibre shafts as well, so it's obviously something more that you see in the 9-ball sort of game than you would in the 8-ball, but it definitely works for him, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It's mad when you look across and you see the kind of American pool style cue, but he just buzzes round the table, doesn't even flinch, and just shot makers go. He's unbelievable.
Just get down, pop balls. I actually saw him miss earlier.
Oh wow.
Oh.
And the thing is, sometimes he's one of the guys that the positional shot might be a bit questionable, and then next thing you know, he pulls out some of the craziest shots that you've ever seen in there. He's definitely a highlight reel kind of player.
He's the opposite of what we were talking about, Dunster. You know, he's just like, I'll leave the white anywhere and I'll pot it.
Gav Robinson 5-3 down. I've seen the last frame that Morgan was setting up, but I didn't know he must have took his time to put the score up.
But that's the winners' qualification started now as well. We've got Rab Stephen, Lewis McCool, that'll be a good game.
That'll be mega. That's a great game.
And Dylan Stanfield, Kieran Kay, just outside our comm box here. That's going to be another one. Both players looking to take advantage of Mark Boyle pulling out.
Sometimes you're looking for an opportunity, and one has arisen for the two guys. And obviously, listen, the two of them would have probably liked to go and play, Mark, not expecting to win, but a chance for one of them to get through it. That'll be them through to whoever wins that through to the last 32 proper.
Yes, that's not back on till 8 o'clock tonight,
8
I think
o'clock
it is.
tonight.
So they'll have a nice long break. The only thing about the double elimination and having the last 32 tonight is that the boys who win maybe go into the match second favourite to the boys who come through the qualifying, like the losers qualification, because they've had a few games in between. Right. If say Robert or Lewis McCool win here and they're done by 4:30, they're not back on till 8 o'clock at night. They've got to sit around in the venue. Well, the other player, whoever loses, is going to play a couple of games before they can qualify.
It's a new, I think, normally this event, if anybody's watched in the past, was normally sections. Craig would split it into sections, and those sections would play right through winners and losers qualification matches, and then the next sections would come in timed, and it would just be continuous kind of pool for the sections. But it's been changed to basically running through the draw from top to bottom, and then really starting again from top to bottom and running through it that way. So timings are a wee bit different, but I think it was in such a way so that he wasn't forced to put certain things. Not saying that he wants to put any. Oh, it's a really poor shot for Andy. But you're getting the joy of having these matches now on the stream, the top players, by doing it the way Craig is. So obviously the timings are a bit crazy for some people, but it's all right for the local guys. We can go home.
Yeah, and obviously I think the boys coming up from England, they're expecting to play for the weekend, so they're booking hotels, not travelling back. But it's almost the ones not that far away that they don't really want to be staying here till 10 o'clock. I know.
That's the having the home comforts, isn't it? Yeah. You'd rather be sitting in your couch.
I'm 5 minutes along the road, so
well, there you go. I'm one of the. I mean, I think no matter where I was, I quite like being in and around it. If I'm beat and it's all over for me, then fair enough. Unless obviously I think Paul and that would like me to probably stay on commentary. But if I'm somewhere else and if I'm beat and I can get up the road, then that's handy if you're local. But something, as you say, the guys are coming from down south and stuff. I mean, fair play to them. There's obviously decent money to be won and whatever, but you don't want to be sitting here all night, lose that game, and then possibly your night's. But then again, they can have a nice night out in Glasgow.
Yeah.
Why the hell not? Do you know what I mean?
I think as well, it's obviously, like you say, there's good prize money and it's like winning a major. But I think a lot of these boys use it as just good match practice against extra match practice against top players for when they're away. IPA, whatever events they're playing. Obviously they want to win them because they are almost becoming top events.
I mean that's obviously what the guys, Paul and Santa, they're trying to give value for money. And I know people will go, well, it's X amount to enter. That's a lot of money for a pool tournament. Yep, it probably is, but the kind of pool tournament, it's not just your average flyer. This is some of the best players on the planet under one roof. And to play these guys, it's not very often you walk into your local pub and get to play against them. So, and I think it's value for money wise. I think it's all right. I suppose it's easy for me to say, but I would be on to everybody, if you can, playing one of these events and try and get a game against one of these, then I think you should. If you get the opportunity, jump at it.
As well, you can get the chance to jump in for just the one event. If a boy's not able to make one, they'll be selling their space off pretty cheap. So, well,
that's last year I couldn't make one of them in Paddy McAllister. A lot of people will know Paddy, he's handy enough with a queue. But he's come in and played, I can't remember who exactly he played. David Kinnear. And apparently, I wasn't here obviously, and I was told from Paddy and a few other people that he played great. And Davey actually says to him, I was expecting to come and walk right over you. I didn't expect you to be breaking and dishing and taking good finishes. And he sees the opportunity. I think he could beat 7-4, 7-5, but made good kind of work of the fact that he stepped in against some good players. The rest of the tournament didn't go great for him, but just that wee bit of experience, Paddy's never thought about coming, and that's a terrible shot from Liam.
Just as we've been saying, white balls always on a string.
Do you think he's tried to just use the red? Just because he didn't have to go near it, exactly.
You know, you leave that black spot, you leave it anywhere but there, anywhere but in behind a red, and you've got a shot on it.
This is what we're talking about, the opportunities, guys. You could come here, play Liam Dunstan, he could snooker himself in the black for you. You need to be in this event to get this chance. That's very uncharacteristic of Liam. I think he's probably been caught between using the red and just playing into the area.
Which is unusual for Liam, because he's always, set way in his mind and he knows exactly what he's doing. But, like you say, he's probably both ways were valid and he's done neither.
That just shows you that we're not alone when we make those kind of mistakes, because if Liam Dunster can get that wrong,
I don't feel so bad when I do it on a Tuesday night now then.
That's it. I was between shots the amount of times I said that. I was caught between the two of them and changed my mind on the shot, and that just shows you that wee bit of indecision. And Liam might just say, if we ask him, that he wasn't even caring about the red, he was just maybe jabbing down the table and he's just overhit it, but I don't think he had to be anywhere near the red if he's not going to use it. So
it's not an easy chance for Andy. No. So, 3 dead balls, and
I think Andy would have liked to have just dropped that in a bit better so he could just nudge the red and play the snooker. He's played that well. Good shot.
I didn't think he could see the one on the cushion. Now he's got a good chance, to be honest. He's taken a bad one, developed one. Now he's just got the one bad one on the side cushion.
If he drops this in, the red down the cushion will effectively be his black, because I don't see him failing if he nails it. He's missed that.
As soon as he hit that, you could see it high.
He's just not got that bit of rhythm. He's if you're not in full flow against Liam, no matter who you're going to get punished. And Andy's had a few chances here, Finlay. It's not as if he's not getting to the table.
From the first frame where Liam dished.
Yep.
He's gave Andy a chance in every frame.
Every frame.
I think Andy to be 4-0 down would be expecting, with the chances he's had, to at least be 2 each.
Definitely.
Whoa. Oh. Wow. Don't know if it's catching or something, but this frame's been
very, very strange.
Not the standard we'd expect from these two players.
I'm seeing Liam moving the arm again. Maybe he's got some kind of injury. I don't know whether it's affecting his pull. I don't know, but so uncharacteristic, some of the stuff that we've seen here so far. I don't think Andy thought that went in clean.
He's left himself the double.
What a shot.
He's played that well. Just knew he had to just focus on the double and he'd be on the red.
That's it. That's one of them where he's just smashed it in. Get it in, get this in, get a bit of confidence. He needed that.
Yeah, got himself a foot in the game, but that's not something that's probably going to affect Liam. No. He'll have forgotten about the 2 shots that he's played badly in that frame already. He'll be straight on to the next frame and thinking, I'm waiting to break dish.
It's not very often you'll watch a frame with 2 guys like Liam Dunstan and Andy Crosdale and see both of them getting 3 bites each. It's not that. The chances were there. It wasn't as if it was anything tough, anything awkward. It was just, Andy's reds weren't easy. But when he knocked that one in, obviously getting the ball into the middle was the tough shot. But he's got the frame on the board, one that he needed.
So we've had Stuart McCulloch beating Billy Reid 7-5. get through into the winners' qualification later on. Around the other tables, we've got Scott Rorty, 4-3 up on David Gillis. Vince Kenny, 2 each with Barry Lynn. Morgan McInnes is still 5-3 up on Gav Robinson on one of the other stream tables. It's looked a good game so far. Ludo trailing Nathan Hunter 4-3. That's all the first round games now on. We've got a couple of the winners' qualifications. Ryan Flemings just started against Billy Neal. Rab Stevens 1 each with Lewis McCool. And Dylan Stanfield lost the first frame to Kieran Kay there in the winners' qualification. There's also one game on in the losers. Chris Totten's taking the first one against Wade Morley, who just got beat on the stream against Ryan Fleming. Looking to kick back against Chris Totten to get back in, try and get back in for tomorrow. Well, we've just lost Stevie Walker, so we play Anton now.
I'll be back, guys, I'll be back.
He does say he'll be back though. Hopefully a champion.